moment, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Secretary will take the roll.
Senators Abler, Anderson, Bach, Benson, Bigham, Carlson, Chamberlain, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Straczynski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Franzen, Friends, Gazelka, Goggin, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Ingebrigtsen, Isaacson, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson, Stewart, Kent, Kiffmeyer, Klein, Coran, Kunish, Lang, Latz, Limmer, Marty, Matthews, McEwen, Miller, Murphy, Nelson, Newman, Newton, Osmic, Pappas, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rest, Rosen, Rude, Senjum, Tomasoni, Torres, Ray, Utke, Weber, Westrom, Uyghur, Wickland.
Pursuant to Rule 14.1, the following members intend to vote under Rule 40.7. Senators Anderson, Carlson, Champion, Clausen, Coleman, Duckworth, Dietzick, Eaton, Eichhorn, Eakin, Fate, Goggin, Herr, Isaacson, Kunish, Latz, Newman, Newton, Putnam, Torres, and Wickland. A quorum is present. Pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Westrom moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on Senate File 958 at 10 a.m. Senators Westrom, Dornick, Goggin, Anderson, and Murphy. On that motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails. We will begin on the agenda today with the fifth order of business, reports of committees. Members, please make note of the committee reports listed in the agenda, and pursuant to Joint Rule 2.03, the bills are going to be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. The Secretary will read one additional committee report.
Senator Kiffmeyer from the Committee on State Government Finance and Policy and Elections, to which was referred Senate File number 1712, a bill for an act relating to retirement, reports the same back with the recommendation that the bill be amended as follows: delete everything after the enacting clause and insert, and when so amended, the bill do pass. Pursuant to Joint Rule 2.03, the bill was referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration.
As read by the Secretary, the committee report will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration pursuant to Rule 2.03. Next, we'll move to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. Senate file numbers 2496 through 2502, as listed in the introduction calendar, will be given their first reading and referred as indicated. Next, we'll move to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. There's an author's motion listed in the agenda. On the author's motion listed in the agenda, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Gazelka.
Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made for special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the sheet with the three bills on your desk.
The first bill up for consideration is number 33 on general order, Senate File 421. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to bring you today Senate File 421, which is entitled the Natural Gas Innovation Act. As consumers have become more environmentally conscious and demand more carbon-free energy, natural gas companies are working to find innovative ways in order to be competitive in the renewable energy sphere. Basically, what this bill does is it allows a natural gas utility to optionally file an alternative resource plan with the Public Utilities Commission. This plan would include recommendations for alternative resources that would advance the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction goals. The technologies a utility is allowed to propose are renewable natural gas, renewable hydrogen gas, energy efficiency in excess of CIP, and other innovative technologies that reduce or avoid greenhouse gas emissions.
Senator Weber, hold on one moment, please. Members, it is very loud, and I'm getting some indications from members that they cannot hear Senator Weber. Please take your conversations outside the chamber so we can hear Senator Weber. To the bill, Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. In their filing, the utilities must include information on carbon intensity of the resource, forecasted greenhouse gas emission reductions or avoidance, and whether it supports the state's renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction goals. What the anticipated purpose of this is to actually take methane gas and to convert it into usable natural gas that can be put into their pipelines and delivered to their customers. There is a fiscal impact as far as the PUC and the Department of Commerce. However, the utilities would be reimbursing both departments for their costs, and at the end of the day, there will be a net zero impact on the state's finances. You know, this has been widely supported by a variety of people. I have had distributed to you those groups that are in support of this venture. And I just would like to also mention that as part of the discussion that the company has had with the environmental groups, stakeholders have agreed to limit their ARP so that it will not include renewable natural gas and carbon capture for residential homes or multifamily buildings. This was to ensure that they would concentrate on renewable natural gas projects that are the hardest to decarbonize, that being industrial commercial ventures. And so the change does not prevent a natural gas company from providing renewable natural gas to residential customers who volunteer to pay extra to source their gas from renewable resources through some type of a green tariff. As part of the agreement with Commerce, CenterPoint Energy has agreed to 2 specific pilot projects in their first ARP. The first is a pilot project that will focus on finding lower carbon solutions for the industrial sector, and the other pilot project requires them to make insulation upgrades to existing homes and install electric air source heat pumps with gas backup. That basically is a project whose time has come. And while there is a growing call for electrification across all energy sectors, in colder climates like Minnesota, we are a long ways from that happening. The reality of it is that in Minnesota, 2 out of every 3 households use natural gas for their heat source, as well as hot water and cooking. And in some communities, this level rises to 90% or more. Businesses are also reliant upon natural gas to heat, not only to heat their buildings, to provide the fuel to source their processing equipment for manufacturing, food processing, and other purposes. So there's no question that the need for natural gas is going to remain with us for quite some time. And quite frankly, as we look at the polar vortex that happened this past winter, we recognize that the reliability and sustainability of a dependable fuel source is paramount to Minnesota. With that, Mr. President, I just would like to summarize by saying that this really is a win-win-win situation for Minnesota. Basically, our fossil fuels are imported. This provides the company an opportunity to work with agriculture, with municipalities in terms of their landfills, and large processing companies that have a large amount of food waste to capture the methane that is generated there and to also provide with that a source of energy. Second is an economic opportunity to create new sources of income for our farmers, for businesses, and for those individuals who will be involved in the construction of this collection equipment and processing equipment. And third, it is an environmental opportunity for Minnesota, an opportunity to protect air, water, and land by finding productive uses for our waste resources. I would also like to mention that this is not something that is mandated on our gas utilities. They have the option to decide whether they wish to pursue this type of thing or not. Second, it gives direction to the PUC and the Department of Commerce that we want them to be open to innovative clean energy solutions in the natural gas sector. And finally, this is a moderately scaled project with parameters in place to not put the potential customers, users in Minnesota at any economic risk, with a hard financial cap to limit the impact on ratepayers. And so with that, Mr. President, I will stop my presentation and would stand for any questions that the body may have.
Discussion on Senate File 421. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Weber, for bringing this bill forward. I am a yes. Members, we're talking about greenhouse gas reduction. This is one of the ways we can pursue that. We're talking about carbon reduction. This is one of the ways we can pursue it. There's some other things I like about the bill, Senator Weber. I like that it's supported by working men and women. We're talking about jobs. And we're also talking about the potential for innovation. We're at a certain point in our energy history now, but where will we go? How much innovation will we see? I'm a big believer in American innovation. I think we can do great things, and this allows these pilot projects to go forward. We may be bragging about this more than we realize. Finally, if you're from Greater Minnesota, you have to like the possibility to support farmers, municipals, the way we're going to capture methane. The information we're getting on methane and its effect on the atmosphere is that it's worse than we thought. So bills like this that allow us to talk about the capture of methane should go up on your priority scheme. And with that, Mr. President, I urge members to consider a green vote on Senator Weber's bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on Senate File 421. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A5 amendment at the desk.
Senator Marty offers the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend Senate File number 421 as follows, page 1, line 18, delete. This is the A5 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple amendment. All we're doing is changing the definition of carbon capture to make it point that if you're capturing it, you're capturing it. If you're just gathering it one place and putting it out in the atmosphere somewhere else, it's not really capturing the carbon. So this would simply say that for carbon capture under the bill, you're capturing it and you're keeping it out of the atmosphere. You're not using it for extracting other fossil fuels. You're not using it for anything else. We're truly saying carbon capture should mean carbon capture. And members, I urge your support and ask for a roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Discussion on the A5 amendment. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will stand in opposition to this amendment. I think that we have to make sure that we allow in these pilot projects a full ability to go out and to capture, and if it is possible to repurpose that carbon product in a cleaner form, to do so. At the end of the day, their projects are always going to be under scrutiny by the PUC and the Department of Commerce in order to ensure that they are actually providing reductions in greenhouse gases and carbon. And I think that this unnecessarily ties their hands, and I would encourage everyone to give a red vote to this amendment.
Further discussion on the A5 amendment. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we're serious about climate, the whole point of carbon capture is to capture the carbon. Heard in Energy Committee a couple of years ago somebody saying, hey, we can use this for soft drinks, carbonating beverages. I think we already have enough soft drinks out there and they have enough carbon dioxide for that, so I'm not sure that's really what you'd call a viable market. If it could take 1/1000% of the carbon we capture, I'd be shocked. But the other uses of it for fracking and so on to help extract more fossil fuels, which is the goal we're trying to get rid of, that means you're not carbon capturing it, you're carbon reusing it. So if you're serious about improving the environment, if you're serious addressing climate, carbon capture has to mean capture, and that's all this amendment does. It's a very simple amendment. I urge your support.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would rise in support of the Marty amendment. Mr. President, for all the reasons that Senator Marty has already articulated, if we're talking about carbon capture, we should be capturing carbon. Very, very important to keep it out of the atmosphere and not then use it to either be able to extract more fossil fuels or some other forms of industrial processes that would simply allow that carbon to be emitted into the atmosphere and into the environment, kind of defeating the whole point and purpose. So I don't know why we would have carbon capture and utilization as one of the elements. And lest we think that this is an abstract issue, in a previous incarnation of the Clean Energy First bill, that was quite explicitly built into one of the concepts in that bill, that the carbon capture would then be made available for some of the industrial processes that allowed for fracking and further extraction and utilization of fossil fuels at a moment in which defeating, of course, the entire purpose of that bill, I think undermines the purpose of this bill at a moment in which the imperative to reduce our greenhouse gases and get control of our climate circumstances is quite high. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, has a roll call been requested?
A roll call has been requested.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A5 amendment. Members in rooms 303, 206, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Dietzick votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Westrom votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 421. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend Senate File number 421 as follows. Page 6, line 4, after the semicolon insert. This is the A6 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the A6 amendment just provides some modification to the criteria that the PUC would utilize in deciding whether to approve, modify, or deny a plan that's submitted by a natural gas utility. The bill sets forth some of the standards, criteria, and analysis that they need to do. But I first wanted to ask Senator Weber a question, if he would yield.
Senator Weber will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber, if you take a look on page 6, you can see in paragraphs 6, 7, and 9 some of the cost and revenues, basically considering the costs and revenues, implied, of course, the benefits that would offset the costs and revenues. And then in paragraph, that would be 6 and 7. Then in paragraph 9, fully 50% of the expenditures of the effort under a plan that's filed would be reserved for renewable natural gas, biogas, hydrogen produced by power to hydrogen, or ammonia produced by power to ammonia. But if you look up at, particularly at paragraph 7, there is a requirement that any revenues incurred for energy efficiency, district energy, strategic electrification be held to a higher standard, particularly in relationship to those pieces. So my question, Senator Weber, is why aren't we just giving all of the potential elements of a plan equal footing and doing the cost-benefit comparison and not favoring or picking winners and losers, and just making sure that the proposal that comes forward, whether it has beneficial electrification or efficiency or district energy or one or more of these renewable gas innovations, just be brought forward and let those all kind of compete against each other to get the greatest benefit for the purpose of the utility, which is, of course, to deliver energy at a lower cost to benefit its ratepayers.
Senator Weber.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dibble, I think that at the end of the day, The reason that these provisions are in here is that the costs that are being talked about here to be incurred for the energy efficiency are, at the end of the day, need to be reasonable. And at the 50%, as you talked about paragraph 9, 50% or more of estimated cost included for recovery in the plan are for the procurement and distribution of renewable natural gas, biogas, hydrogen produced, and ammonia. I believe that there have to be certain efficiencies that are achieved in order for this program to actually work. And whether you're looking at it from the aspect of the business that's in the process of producing the renewable, and also as you look at it from the consumer standpoint, all of these things have to be taken into consideration. And if there is not an efficiency available there, then quite frankly, we need to be concerned about that. And I think that the language as it is in the current bill protects everybody and allows for that analysis to happen.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you. Oh, before I forget, Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Roll call granted.
Thank you. Senator Weber, I was encouraged by your comments, but your bill doesn't actually achieve what you just articulated. My amendment would actually accomplish that exact goal that you articulate, that everything be analyzed and be argued or be shown to be reasonable and prudent. Unfortunately, your bill, as it's currently constructed, reserves fully 50% of the program costs for a particular mode, which is, of course, the RNG, but then subjects the other elements, whether that's beneficial electrification, district energy, or energy efficiency, to a higher standard. And, by the way, RNG can go in and kind of get past that 50% threshold and even knock those elements out of the plan. So I would encourage you to support my amendment to accomplish exactly what you just stated and articulated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A6. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask everyone for a red vote on this amendment. At the end of the day, I think we also have to remember, as has been stated, that these are pilot projects. And if you're going to restrict them unnecessarily, there are going to be certain elements that cannot be achieved. And if we put too many restrictions in here on that, they will not be able to accomplish a viable product and a viable project at the end of the day. Therefore, I encourage a red vote.
Is there any further discussion on the A6? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Dibble, for the amendment, and thank you, Senator Weber. I think we agree that what we want is competition, and I think the Dibble amendment does that. Therefore, I'd suggest members vote green on the Dibble amendment. We want these ideas, these projects to compete with each other, just like American capitalism forces us to compete, and I think what the Dibble amendment does is makes that competition more beneficial to the Minnesota ratepayers. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A6? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in 303, the President's office, and 206, please come to vote.
Senator Kent, are you ready to record the votes for those voting under Rule 40.7?
Yes, Mr. President. I report aye for Senator Carlson.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eaton or Eakin?
Eaton.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eken votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Lang, are you ready to record the votes for those voting under Rule 40.7?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Newman votes no.
Senator Newman votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Bill.
With all members who desire, having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 36 ayes, the amendment does not prevail. Any other discussion? Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to bring the A7 amendment, please.
The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File Number 421 as follows, page 8 after line 3, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator McEwen to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I forget, I'd like to ask for a roll call on the A7.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call will be granted.
Thank you. So what this amendment would do is, it's a very brief amendment, is it would state that as part of an innovation plan, the Commission may not approve the provision of renewable natural gas to, or the use of carbon capture technologies in residential homes or multifamily residential buildings. So my colleagues, I would ask for a yes vote on this and really encourage all of us to think about the direction that this bill is taking us overall. My concern is that, as we know, climate scientists the world over are telling us that we need to make a rapid transition. We've been putting it off decade after decade, and now things are coming home to roost. We need to make this transition now. We do not need more fossil fuel infrastructure. And so what this would do is require the bill requires building new fossil fuel, or essentially renewable natural gas infrastructure. It's a waste. It's the wrong way to go. And my concern is that it will leave residential customers with these stranded assets at a time when they need to be transitioning to renewable, truly renewable, clean energy with an eye toward the long term. So this would take the residential out of the picture for this bill, and I think that it would improve it. Again, we're running out of time here, folks. So let's try to make this a little bit better by adding this amendment. I ask for a yes vote.
Any discussion on the A7 amendment? Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a red vote on this amendment. At this point in time, it is the intent of those who will be submitting proposed plans to deal with the industrial commercial use. And yet, if in the process there does come about an opportunity for there to be an efficient use for residential and or multifamily residential, why wouldn't we take advantage of that and make progress wherever we can? So therefore, I oppose the amendment and ask for a red vote.
Is there any further discussion on the A7? Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, in response to Senator Weber's question, the reason there's a couple of responses. One is renewable natural gas, even if we were to take advantage of all the available sources of that, whether that's landfill sources or agricultural waste or others, would only ever account for 3 to 7% of all the natural gas needed, whether that's in the residential sector or the commercial and industrial sector. And as we just proved in the failure of my last amendment, it's far, far more expensive, and it would never be a cost-effective part of the whole mix. So it very well may be a value added in some of the industrial processes, particularly heavy industrial processes, adding a little bit of RNG to the larger mix of more traditionally procured natural gas, and maybe get a slightly better carbon profile from that. But as Senator McEwen articulated, we need to decarbonize our entire energy and electrical energy sector quickly, and that includes natural gas. And if we go with this expensive mode and a way more widely distributed basis, which residential represents, we're slowing that process down of moving to more electrification where it's most needed in the residential sector, and we're already advantaging this mode, as evidenced, of course, by our last conversation, even though it's more expensive. It's not just more expensive to produce, but then you're going to create all kinds of infrastructure necessary for the delivery of this fuel. And members, that's frankly how gas utilities make their money. They don't necessarily make their money from the fuel source. That's kind of a set cost. They make their money, as electrical utilities do as well, by building things and then realizing a rate of return on those hard structural investments that they make. And so this would either lock in for far too long a carbon source of energy, carbon-based energy, or if we do actually move much more quickly, as we should, it would create this huge expense in infrastructure that would either be a stranded cost that the utility would have to bear at great expense, or the ratepayers would simply have to bail out. And so, renewable natural gas may be a good idea, in the commercial, particularly heavy industrial sector. Definitely not a good idea in the residential sector. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Frantz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for opening discussion up about what innovation we think might take place. Members, I agree with Senator Dibble that it may be, and I think the question you have to ask yourself is, do you believe that innovation will take place in the residential sector? Do you believe the pilot project will help in that way? I think you make good points, Senator Dibble. However, what we're trying to do is establish a pilot project not just for the infrastructure now, but because we think we might innovate further later. And so, members, you're going to have to decide whether you think natural gas is a real long-term shot at being in our energy mix. And I won't try to answer that question for you. I guess you'll have to vote your district. Thanks very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frantz. Any further discussion on the A7 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, Capitol 303, the President's office, and 206. Please come to vote. Senator Kent, are you ready to report the members voting under Rule 40.7?
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye. Senator Kent, one moment. Members, it's getting a little loud in here. Members, it's getting a little loud in here. I'm having a hard time hearing Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Torres-Ray votes aye.
Senator Torres-Ray votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Lang, you ready to report the members voting under Rule 40.7?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Eichhorn votes no.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Senator Newman votes no.
Senator Newman votes no.
Senator Dame votes no.
Senator Dames votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Osmick votes no.
Senator Osmick votes no.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. With all members voting who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 37 nays, the amendment does not prevail. Are there any other discussion on the on Senate File 421? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 421, a bill for an act relating to energy, establishing the Natural Gas Innovation Act.
Members, any discussion on Senate File 421? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I just want to congratulate Senator Weber on this bill. It's a bill about innovation. It's about seeing the future. Senator Weber is seeing the future with this bill, whether it's renewable natural gas, whether it's organically derived from food waste or animal waste, whatever it might be. It's innovative. It's, again, what we need to be looking at as we move into the future, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's ammonia to hydrogen. Any of those things might prevail within this framework of these pilot projects. So, Senator Weber, good piece of work here. Again, we're seeing the future and we're going there, and I congratulate you for that.
Any other discussion? Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm one who thinks there are some innovative renewable natural gas projects that are worth pursuing, and in limited circumstances they may make a good deal. They may eventually become affordable. They may actually make a difference in some ways where it's hard to decarbonize the economy. But the bottom line difference when we're talking about natural gas regulation here from electric regulation, I've seen a lot of bills around here that move us to 100% renewable energy for electric generation, up to 100%, and the question is by 2035, 2040, 2045, whenever. But they're talking about moving to 100%. Here, Senator Dibble pointed out what I think all the experts have said. If you're willing to spend enough on renewable natural gas, because it's very expensive in many of these things, you might cap out at 7% maximum of the economy, 7% of the natural gas used. That means we'd have a renewable energy goal for this, and this bill doesn't contain such a goal, by the way. But if you do, you would have maybe 20, 30 years in the future, you'd have 7% renewable natural gas, 93% fossil fuel. Electric, within 20 years from now, we may be at our 100% goal. So while it may be good and worthwhile to try and find ways to get renewable natural gas, this bill is basically saying to the utilities, just keep plugging away. There's no standard in here. We're not, 2007, bipartisan support here. We passed the first renewable energy goals. I believe we're now, for our electric energy, we're now at 28% statewide. Some of the utilities are way above that. We're talking about how we get to 100%. Here we're saying we're not going to set any goals yet because we're not ready for that. But maybe 20 years from now we could set a goal of up to 7%. Be expensive to reach it. But let's not pretend that this is moving us to address climate. You're on a speeding freight train headed towards a cliff. And here we are saying, well, you know, we got this creative idea that in the next 15, 20 years we might get 7% less in our natural gas industry. We might get 7% of it might be renewable. We should pursue that 7%, but this bill doesn't do that. This bill basically just says, hey, you can do these pilot projects, keep going full steam ahead with natural gas. 99.9% right now, probably, maybe more than that, is not renewable. Maybe we're going to get to 98% non-renewable. I don't really think 7% non-renewable, 7% renewable is going to be a reality, no matter how much we spend on it. But even so, 93% fossil fuel. How many decades do we have? So I urge you to vote against this, not because renewable natural gas might not be a worthwhile thing to pursue in small circumstances to try and capture the methane and use it, but to say that this bill doesn't do that. This bill is headed the wrong direction on that, and urge a red vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate File 421? Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I encourage everyone to cast a green vote on this bill. You know, many times I've heard said in this chamber, don't let the perfect stand in the way of the good. And the reality of it is that this bill does move us further down the road. Now, there's going to be disagreements out there as to how much time we've had left. Why, in fact, we've heard differing amounts on the floor this year. One time it's 8 years, one time it's 9 years, sometimes it's 12 years, so I guess we really don't know how much time we have. But the reality of it is that this bill makes progress. And I would encourage everyone to vote for that progress. And at the end of the day, I believe that this bill, if these pilot projects are developed, that we will see innovation, that we will see progress. And as I mentioned before, we will see good. With that, I ask you for a green vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Senate File 421? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, the President's office, and 206, please come to the chamber and vote. Sarah Jasinski, are you ready to record the votes for those members voting under Rule 40.7?
Mr. President, thank you. I am. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Osmick votes aye.
Senator Osmick votes aye.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. Senator Kent, are you ready to report the votes for your members under Rule 40.7?
Mr. President, yes. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report I vote for Senator Rosen.
Senator Rosen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Bach votes aye.
Senator Bach votes aye. With all members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 14 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill for consideration under special orders is House File 164. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a bill that I've been working on with electrical co-ops and municipals for well over 2 years. And throughout the discussion, you're going to hear two terms, ECO and SIP. ECO stands for the Energy Conservation and Optimization, and SIP stands for the Conservation Improvement Program. A number of years, Conservation Improvement Program was put in place to get our electric utilities to start becoming more efficient by requiring them to find efficiencies of 1.5% every year. One of the other things it did was it required them to spend 1.5% of their annual gross revenues on this program to help people learn about it by advertising or giving rebates to help people afford equipment. And the program has been very, very successful. One thing that you've maybe seen or heard that was done through this was switching from incandescent lights to compact fluorescents and now LEDs. And on many commercial sites, getting to more efficient fluorescent lighting. Those programs were very successful early on, but there's only so much of that that can be done. And to continue seeing more efficiencies, the electrical munis and co-ops have been asking us for reforms to this program to help them meet that efficiency. And part of what they're asking for in this reform is to be able to count technologies that have come along since we originally passed the bill that help make things more efficient. It may increase some electrical load, but it is still making the system energy-wide, across the energy sector, more efficient and reducing energy usage. And they're simply asking that they be allowed to count that in their savings plan. One thing to keep in mind, we're probably going to hear many times, that we're picking winners and losers in this, with this bill. Remember, our electrical utilities are the only energy sector that have this 1.5% efficiency requirement. This is helping level the playing field, not picking them as a winner. So if you're going to talk about that, remember, members, this is bringing the electric utility to be able to be more in line with the other energy programs and systems that are out there. The one thing that we have to keep in mind, and that I keep as I've gotten into the energy sector, technology is bringing us a long way to becoming this cleaner energy source. But we also have to remember we need to also be cheaper, and we need our electrical grid to be reliable, all our energy sources to be reliable. And these new technologies that have come along really help us, and our electric utilities need to be able to count that in their efficiencies. And this bill makes that reform and does that. One of the other things that this bill does that many of you probably have on the side of your own home is a load management radio receiver that either shuts off your water heater or maybe shuts off your air conditioner at peak use times. And so many of our electric utilities are advancing this and have much better load management control options. And this bill would allow them to count that as they spread the load out during non-peak times. There are 4 new ways in this bill that our electric utilities would be able to count things towards their efficiency. The first one would be infrastructure projects that they do on their system that would help improve their efficiencies. A second one would be use of waste heat. A third one is these new energy conservation technologies that are emerging. And the one that has caused the most issue and discussion with the bill is efficient fuel switching. And I'm sure that most of our conversation is going to be around that portion of this bill today. The one thing I want members to keep in mind is, as we listen to the opponents of the bill and of the fuel switching piece, we have 4 criteria that must be met for fuel switching to be counted. First is that it must save customers money. It has to be cheaper for the customer to run on a yearly basis. Second is it must be cost effective to make the switch. So in other words, you cannot be asked to spend $10,000 or $15,000 to install equipment so that you save $50 a year. That's not cost effective. That would not count. It must not add to the utility peak demand, and it must reduce greenhouse gas emissions. If it does not meet those 4, it does not count for their SIP improvements. I've worked very hard with the advocates and the opponents on this bill, and I do want to give a shout out that over the last 8 to 9 months, I've had a few of the opponents that have really engaged and helped me to understand just what their opposition is to the bill, and to help me understand how we can make some things to help them feel more comfortable with this. And they are not neutral, as many of you will hear. But we also have made some provisions on their account that our electric utilities did not want either. So we say it many times, if you've got all the groups a little bit unhappy, you're probably getting to the right spot. And I believe that's where we are with this right now. Mr. President, one of the sections, an amendment that we did in committee, was to help our large energy users have some comfort. There are a number of our large energy users that are exempt from the SIP program. And they wanted to make sure that they would not have to fill out any more paperwork to remain exempt. And we adopted some language. And Mr. President, I would like to offer the A7 amendment at this time. It adds a little bit of language to that amendment that we did in committee to help them.
Why don't we report the A7 first, and then we'll get to your discussion. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 17, line 1 after section insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, part of the fact that some of these large energy users are allowed to be exempt from SIP was so that they would not have to incur costs that come along with the SIP program. And we had that in the bill, and they reached out, and some of the other things that are part of that exception is the little bit of word that we added, the incentives and rate of return are exempt from the program, and we were just adding that language in so that it's consistent with the rest of the bill, and I would appreciate support from the members on the A7 amendment.
Is there any discussion on the A7 amendment? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick. To the amendment, I would encourage a yes vote for members.
Is there any discussion on the A7 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion prevails. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as I mentioned, the inclusion of the efficient fuel switching was probably the most controversial piece of this bill. And last year, as we were getting close to the end of session and I was working with everyone, I had thrown out an option that maybe we should put a cap on the spending that's allowed. And everyone's first reaction was they did not believe that was the answer and they did not like it. As we've progressed over the course of the last year and we've discussed it and talked about it, I believe we've come, again, this does not have full agreement on either side. It makes everyone a little bit unhappy. But, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A10 amendment at this time.
Senator Rarick offers the A10 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend House File Number 164 pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 7 after line 21, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this amendment is very technical with the way it administers a spending cap on what our electric utilities are allowed to spend around fuel switching. The energy goals and the mandated spend is based on our electric utilities' gross annual sales. And as we discussed so many options about how we could cap this fuel switching program, I believed it just made sense that we would use this same gross annual sales metric to determine what the cap on the fuel switching spending should be. And one of the things that this bill does is it separates the IOUs, which are Xcel, Minnesota Power, and Otter Tail Power, from our COUs, or our electric co-ops and municipalities, because there is a difference between them. And this amendment also reflects that. And so what this amendment would do is for our rural co-ops and municipalities, they would have a 0.5% of their gross annual sales as the cap that they would be allowed to spend on fuel switching. And for our larger IOUs, they would have a 0.35% cap. And part of the reason I came up with these numbers is when we look at the fuel, or the savings that they have to see every year, 1% of that savings, or the first 1% of savings, must come from the standard fuel savings and conservation programs that exist. So 0.5%, the next 0.5% is the maximum amount that can happen from fuel switching or the other three that we talked about. So it made sense that for our small utilities, we would use that same 0.5%. It relates very well as to what they should be able to spend to achieve affordable savings. And then for the larger utilities, we brought that number down a little bit because they, through scale, do not need to spend as much. And when we look at the numbers, it reflects that. And so, again, this does not have everyone happy, but I believe this is the sweet spot right in the middle that should give comfort to everyone. And I would appreciate, I'll answer questions, but I would appreciate members' support on this amendment. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the A10 amendment? Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick. We'll address the amendment now, but I have some comments about the bill itself, and they include compliments to you for perseverance and for working on this thing for over a year. Last April, you and I stood in this chamber talking about how we'd like to move this across the finish line. But to the amendment, Senator Rarick, we have two things in the amendment that I do not like: delay and cap. And while I appreciate the fact that you're trying to fashion something that can make this palatable to more members, I'm encouraging members that this provision should be a no vote, this amendment that is. And the main reason is because it delays more than we should and caps in ways we should not. The very reasons why the underlying bill is such a good bill. We want efficiency. And I also understand that some friends of ours at the Minnesota Rural Electric Association also have some concerns about the amendment. With that, Mr. President, to the A10 amendment, I recommend members vote no. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo some of Senator Frentz's comments, thanking Senator Rarick for bringing the ECO bill and persevering and working so hard on it. And I understand what he's trying to accomplish in offering the A10. I understand what he's had to juggle and the kind of push and pull among the various stakeholders that there has been. And I'm sympathetic to his task. But I am opposed to the A10 for also a lot of the reasons that Senator Frentz articulated. Members, the last reform of SIP, about 10 years, a little over 10 years ago, was a major step forward in bringing the utilities to start thinking about overall energy savings. This is the next major step in SIP, or conservation and efficiency in our electrical energy sector, and it's a very, very powerful step forward, potentially, because of incorporating into that major effort that utilities undergo with their dollars, with their investments, things like fuel switching and demand management and the like. And it is a very powerful tool to both save ratepayers a lot of money, to create jobs at the local level, and to help us achieve our climate and our environmental goals. A lot of this work was the brainchild and the product of the Minnesota Energy Efficiency Potential Study. The three recommendations are achieving the SIP goals, regulatory oversight of SIP, and then incorporating demand response and efficient fuel switching into SIP. And that's the major get, if you will, is electrifying our energy sector, like we spoke about in the last bill. And so this just kind of slows us down and limits our ability to achieve something that would be very, very great to achieve. So, Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call on the A10. I would encourage a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call will be granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess two quick things that I failed to mention on the A10 amendment. When we talk about, I believe what we're talking about with the delay is the IOUs currently have a 2-year delay in the fuel switching portion of the bill as written, which is why that is reflected in this amendment around the cap, because they are under a plan right now, and they would not be able to develop any new plans around fuel switching for another 2 years. And the other side of that is the large IOUs are not going to be able to count the fuel switching in their savings. It is something they'll be allowed to do, but it's not going to be counted in their 1.75% savings that they must realize every year. But because of their size of scale, they haven't needed that. The other thing that is in this amendment is each program has a 5-year sunset, and I picked 5 years so that it would be a non-budget year when that is coming due, so that as a legislature, we would have the ability to spend more time discussing is this a good idea to continue, or should we let it go? It would be a non-budget year. And again, members, working with the sides, I believe this is kind of that last piece that makes this bill what it is, and then we would have to go to conference committee. The other body does not have this provision, and we could work out some kinks or some details on it there, but I would ask the members to please support the A10 amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the A10 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in the retiring room, room 303, the President's office, and 206, please come to the chamber and vote. Senator Kent, are you ready to report the record the votes for the members voting under Rule 40.7?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Newton votes no.
Senator Newton votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Torres-Ray votes no.
Senator Torres-Ray votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Mr. President?
Senator Kent.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. One more. Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no. Sarah Jasinski, are you ready to report the votes for the members voting under Rule 40.7?
Thank you, Mr. President. I am. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Senator Goggin votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Newman votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Osmic votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Senator Gazelka votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes aye.
Senator Dames votes aye. With all members voting who have a desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 nays, the motion prevails. Is there any other discussion on House File 164? Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This is an important day for us. To the bill, Senator Rarick, there's been a lot of work done over the last 3 years. What this bill stands for is efficiency. We're talking about doing things that make it better for Minnesota energy consumers. And I wanted to take us back a year ago when some of us thought we might move this bill across the finish line to April 12, 2020. This is a list of supporters, Mr. President, for the ECO bill as it stood at that time. The Minnesota Rural Electric Association, more on them in a minute. The Minnesota Municipal Utilities Association, Xcel Energy, Otter Tail Power Company, Minnesota Power, Great River Energy, Southern Minnesota Municipal Power Agency, CenterPoint Energy, Missouri River Energy Services, Minnesota Electrical Association, Minnesota Mechanical Contractors Association, the Center for Energy and Environment, Fresh Energy, Clean Energy Economy Minnesota, Energy Sense Coalition, Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota, Blue Green Alliance, Sierra Club, Conservation Minnesota, Smart SMW Local 10, National Electrical Contractors Association, IBEW Local 292, and the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Why do I make you listen to that list, members? Because first of all, it's a pretty good list. You've got men and women that do the work, you've got the utilities, and you've got those that care about our environment all coming together to say at that time, we want the ECO bill passed. Why do they want it passed? Because it moves us forward on the SIP program. Why do we like the SIP program? Well, it supports about 45,000 Minnesota jobs, and the changes in Senator Rarick's bill will allow technology to make things better, to save Minnesotans money, to provide advancement in our electric grid. And by the way, members, as we talk about these devices that'll help do things like demand-side management, to tell your lights to turn off when you're not there, your washing machine to save energy. Do you know where a lot of those devices are made? Wait for it, the state of Minnesota. So we're talking about manufacturing. We're talking about men and women who do the work. That's why ECO is so popular. The second part of my remarks, members, has to do with where we are today. Now that the Rarick Amendment has gone on fuel switching to have a delay and a cap, fine. We got a deal here, and we should not do anything from this moment until third reading, Mr. President, that disrupts that deal. I do not propose for my own district any amendments to this bill, and I'm just reminding members that we have a lot of people watching us, a lot of people who think this is a smart move, a lot of people who say, look, get this thing off the floor, get it to conference and get this done. And we have some people, some members you've heard from today, who say that efficiency is actually the best way to reduce carbon emissions. When you don't need as much energy, when you save energy, it means you burn less fossil fuels, you burn less coal, you build less peaking plants, all of that. So regardless of where you stand on climate change, I know you want to stand for working men and women and for progress. And if you look at the groups of Minnesotans who are saying, please pass the spirit and the letter of ECO, I hope we won't do anything from this moment forward that causes the bill to change in a way that would make it a threat to pass it off this floor. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Further discussion on House File 164, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A6 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So last year, or last couple years after hearing about the ECO bill, I realized fundamentally the biggest reason for supporting it was the fix for munis and co-ops on their SIP program, Conservation Improvement Program. And I realized that was really, for many people, the most advantageous portion of the bill for those of us in rural Minnesota who largely have munis and co-ops. But rural Minnesota also has propane. Propane is one of the most cost-efficient, lowest greenhouse gases, 2.5 times less than electricity, which is largely generated. And so I realize that we're doing a lot more in this bill, and what's really needed is what I have here in the A6 amendment, which I did introduce as a bill, was given an informational hearing. And the good news for the others who have spoken today, this is good for munis and co-ops. It also takes away the propane objection. And what it does is give the commissioner the authority that when a municipal utility or cooperative they want to adjust their utility or association's annual energy savings goal, unless it can be demonstrated that the request is made in bad faith and that the requester has made no credible attempt to meet the existing goal, then that must be approved. They may approve a request from a public utility to adjust its annual energy savings goal, which is known most generally as SIP. So in large part, I took the piece out of the ECHO bill that I believe addressed the munis and co-ops, and also didn't have our wonderful propane providers against this bill as well. And so, members, I will ask for your support for the A6 amendment. You can make your munis, co-ops, and propane happy with you. Thank you.
Discussion on the A6 amendment. Senator Rarick, followed by Senator Matthews. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do understand Senator Kiffmeyer's approach. I do have to please ask that members do not support the amendment and vote no.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Matthews, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the A6 amendment. I believe that this would be the approach that could solve all of the problems that have been facing. You know, our munis and co-ops have brought this situation to our attention of the caps that they've been hitting and the struggles that they're facing. And this bill would solve the issues that they're facing. It takes it in a different way, but it helps us be able to do that without all the extra regulations and the other things that are carried along in the ECO bill. So I've been lobbying for a while that this language, I wanted this bill to get advanced through the process. I think this would be a better and stronger way to do it, and would urge members to support the A6 amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer, for the A6. I encourage members to vote no, and here's why. 2 reasons. First of all, this is exactly what we're talking about. We have an agreement that Senator Rarick has helped broker, and if we add amendments to it, we're threatening that agreement. So putting amendments on that are not part of the agreement make it more likely that the bill fails. We should not do that. Second, to the amendment, this bill is to help Minnesota ratepayers. This amendment would essentially say that the benefits that are in the bill now might not accrue to certain ratepayers. That's exactly the direction we should not go. And with that, Mr. President, I would like to ask if Senator Kiffmeyer would yield for a question, please.
Senator Kiffmeyer will yield. Senator Frentz.
Senator Kiffmeyer, thank you for the amendment. What groups have come forward to indicate their support for the A6 amendment?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Well, Senator Frentz, this is a language in this bill that many of the same entities that you've read out, the reason why they're supporting the ECHO bill is because of the SIP changes. I just eliminated the other things and put forward the A6 amendment to address that issue itself in particular.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Kiffmeyer yield for another question, please?
She will yield. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. I do think I understand what you're proposing on the language of the A6 amendment. What I'm asking is, are any of those groups coming forward with formal support for the A6 amendment? Thank you.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Mr. President and Senator Frentz, I have not gone to these groups and put them in the spot, and I'm also not part of a so-called agreement or some sort of thing that is going on here, not part of that. And I also find that I address these issues as a senator would in representing my district and talking to the folks that I have, and I have used that in bringing forward this amendment today.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. You do have an outstanding district. With that, members, I would just draw back attention to the basic point here, which is Senator Rarick has brokered a compromise bill, and we should stick with this if we want this bill to get off the Senate floor and get to conference committee. With that, Mr. President, I urge members to vote no on the A6 amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A6 amendment. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just urge briefly a no vote as well. Senator Frentz read the list off. People supporting this bill, certainly the municipal utilities, Great Barrier Energy, one of the largest co-ops in Minnesota supporting this bill, as is, as far as I know, my Rochester Public Utilities hasn't asked me to put together any particular concessions to what Senator Rarick has done, and so I think this bill is good to go with respect to this issue at this point, and we ought to oppose this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Limmer, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author yield?
The author of the bill or
the author of the bill?
amendment? The author of the bill. Senator Rarick will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick, you opposed this amendment, and I heard the reasons why one should oppose the bill or oppose the amendment from Senator Frentz. Do you have anything more to add to why you oppose this amendment?
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Limmer, the folks that brought me this bill, the advocates for this bill, they've been working very hard. They want reforms. This amendment was not brought to them. They did not help work on this. They do not believe this is the answer. I see the spirit of this, but it has not been worked through with the groups. When we had the informational hearing, they did not speak in favor of this bill, and that is why I do not support the amendment, because the people who are advocating for this reform are not in support of this amendment.
Senator Limmer.
Mr. President, I was hoping for a little bit more technical answer to that, other than the fact that proponents just don't like the amendment. I would tend to think that with all of the energy suppliers in this state, especially the propane industry that apparently is opposed to this bill, Senator Kiffmeyer's amendment would have a chance of bringing a little more peace to the valley. And yet, I hate to have a bill go through this body without exhausting every possibility to make everyone happy. If that's impossible, we all know that there's bills like that pass out of this body all the time. But I am a little concerned that it kind of, and I'm not an expert on energy, I'm just listening and reading the bill and trying to understand the development of this bill over recent months. And I believe, by the testimony I've heard in this chamber today, there appears to be people who want it and not want it, those who are in favor and those who are opposed. Speaking from the industry standpoint, it would have been my wish to have a little bit more inclusion, but maybe that's impossible to get. I'm hoping that we could maybe come to that. I don't know if that's going to even be a possibility, the way the background has been described to me and the reaction of the other chamber. So, Mr. President, I'm still cautious. The one thing I hear from time to time is, well, everyone thinks that it's not satisfying their goal in a compromise. Well, compromise usually means that everyone has a nod yes to go forward. And quite honestly, I'm not so sure if I accept the concept that if everyone disagrees with a compromise, it must be a good deal. So oftentimes that gives me a more uniform concept that nobody thinks it's a good deal. So I'm still cautious. I'm still not sold on this entirely, Mr. President and members. I understand the contention that we see here. I wish we could be a little bit better in organizing this effort. Granted, these businesses are considered, for lack of a better term, regulated industries. And so as a regulated industry, they don't quite fit into the competitive nature of a freewheeling free market. It's highly regulated for the purposes of keeping the rates low on behalf of our ratepayers. That's the focus I'm focusing on. Perhaps the short term, ratepayers may get a break. But in the long term, I think it's unknown. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rarick, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, members, propane has been brought up. They have been probably the largest proponent of this, and I have worked with them and explained to them repeatedly the provisions that are in the bill that should give them comfort to know that this does not, and it is not going to decimate their industry. I'm a propane customer myself. If I believed that, I would not be the chief author of this bill. If we go back to the provisions that I said must be met for this to count for fuel switching, it must save the customers money. It must be a cost-effective switch, which right now, to switch, say, from heating your home with propane to electric would not be cost-effective. And the big one is it must reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The formula is there, the formula is set, and it's been brought up many times by propane. We're cleaner than electricity, so take us out of the bill. The point is they're cleaner than electricity, and the stipulation that it must be cleaner in order to count is their safeguard. 10, 15, 20 years from now, maybe that changes. We also took an amendment in committee to make it more clear that you must reduce emissions in order to count, to give the propane industry more comfort. We have bent over backwards working with them to help explain and have them understand the safeguards that are in this bill for them. And members, I mean, I get it. Not everyone has been involved in these conversations. This is a very technical bill. I could spend 3 to 4 hours to bring everybody up to speed here on the Senate floor. I don't think that's what we want today. There are so many things in here that I could talk about and try to get us there. We don't have the time. We don't want to do that. I don't think that's what we do here on the Senate floor. We went through this in committee. I believe we had 3 hearings last biennium. We had the hearing this year. We have flushed this out. I have worked with the advocates and the proponents. Like I said, I don't believe that the idea that everyone is against what I've proposed is the right way to say this. I said everybody's a little unhappy with it. But most everyone I have talked to understands what I've done, how we've put this together, and that we can move this forward, whether they believe that this answers all their questions or not. Most everyone has come to the place where they understand what this bill is doing and why it's in here, and that's why, as the bill is, that after I've amended it, is what I believe we can move forward with and go to conference committee to work out our differences with what the other body has done. So again, I would ask that we do not support the A6 amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the A6 amendment. What it does, members, is it dramatically undermines the bill. Could even use the expression, it guts the bill. To the point that Senator Frentz raised earlier, it really robs all ratepayers, in every part of the state of a lot of the power and the powerful ideas that are in this bill, and the opportunity to either switch fuels or gain greater efficiency in conservation in their utilization of energy. Of course, there is the incredible economic opportunity that's represented in the SIP programs in this bill. And those are local jobs, members, local services, local contractors. That's a lot of effort, economic effort, that's put forth with the resources available through the SIP program. And it helps utilities forego tremendous capital infrastructure expenses that then ratepayers have to pay for to help offset a lot of that infrastructure. But I just wanted to respond a little bit to Senator Limmer in his characterization of the compromises that are in this bill. These aren't just like begrudging compromises. All the parties, Senator Rarick has facilitated a stakeholder process over the last couple of years. And those who have been at the table are getting a lot of benefit from it. They brought forward their best ideas, which have been taken up into this bill. That's why they're a party to this bill. They're not begrudging being dragged along. They're partners and they're participants and supporters of the bill through the process of give and take and negotiation and compromise. Thank you. And I would like to request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call will be granted. Further discussion on the A6 amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer, followed by Senator Draheim. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What we're looking here for is not comfort. We're looking for statutory language. That is what we go by. There are other portions in the bill that describe the end of life without a date, without a definition. So we just want to be sure that we deal with the language here and deal with the issue that we have. So I ask for a yes vote on the A6. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A6 amendment, Senator Draheim, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Miller. I just want to stand in support of the A6 amendment, and I want to thank the author of the underlying bill for all his work on it. And I know there's been a lot of people that have expressed concern with the bill, and I think the A6 helps mitigate those concerns. So I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw my roll call request.
Roll call withdrawn. Any further discussion on the A6 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on House File 164, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A12 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A12 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 4, line 9, and delete. This is the A12 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Rarick for his work with me on this bill. We've worked very well together in trying to answer the questions and concerns that I've had. And this amendment is one small final piece that I think could fix the puzzle that we have here in front of us. Senator Frentz read off a great list of supporters that he's excited about, of all those that have come around in support of this bill, and this would give an opportunity to add a few more names to that list and make it even better than we have before. And this would, for purposes of this bill, make sure that propane is not in the definition of fuels that are eligible for switching. Now, in discussions that I've had with proponents of this bill over several years, they often talk about how they are not out intending to switch to propane. And so I've always posed the question back to them and say, if you're not going to be targeting propane, then there shouldn't be any difficulty in accepting language like this that would help ensure that. And that's where the context is broken down. That's where the logic has broken down. And that would help prove this point. That would help solve a lot of these problems and help include this in the bill. So I'd urge members' support of the A12 amendment. It's a very small and simple amendment. Would not change what I believe many of these co-ops and munis are intending to do anyways, and it would help add to the list of those that can support this bill. So thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A12 amendment. Senator Rarick, followed by Senator Frentz. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this is one of the things that's been brought up repeatedly around fuel switching. Just remove propane from the definition. And members, I struggle with this. I have since the day it was brought up. Propane is a fuel. And last year when this was brought up, I looked through statute to see how many times propane is in statute and under the basis of the fact that it is a fuel. And I struggle to say, well, we're going to remove it from the definition of fuel in one little spot of statute. If the propane industry is willing to remove themselves from statute everywhere where they're considered a fuel, I could consider this amendment. But without that, members, I would ask that we please do not accept this amendment. Propane is a fuel in Minnesota, and it should remain in the definition.
To the A12 amendment, Senator Frentz, followed by Senator Draheim. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Matthews, and thank you, Senator Rarick. Propane's a fuel. You know, we're trying to put a bill together that we can be proud of, and the A12 amendment should receive a red vote from any member that thinks that propane is a fuel. Trying to put together a bill that can reflect what the will of the people want and what the agreement is and how the deal stands together. And with that, I would encourage members to vote red on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Draheim, followed by Senator Matthews. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, propane is cheaper than electricity. Propane also burns hotter or is warmer than electricity. Propane furnaces last longer. Propane is cleaner burning. Propane is cleaner burning. And this isn't just me saying this. The Clean Air Act of 1990, the National Energy Policy Act of 1992, etc., all state that propane is recognized as a green energy. So if you vote red on this amendment, you are voting against clean energy. If the goal is to have cleaner energy, switching from a clean energy source like propane to another electric energy source is not green. Propane is very safe. People use it all over the state. In my district, it is heavily used, and it's very, very safe. It's efficient, it's cheap, and it's green. So please vote green on this amendment.
Further discussion on the A12. Senator Matthews, followed by Senator Rosen. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Frentz yield to a question?
Senator Frentz will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Frentz. We've worked together on the Energy Committee this year, and I have greatly enjoyed working with you. I know we don't always see eye to eye, but we've had very, very good, robust discussions on policy and vigorously debating our policy perspectives. And I think that set a very good tone of how the Senate should be operating. And I know we've had discussions on the eco language before, so I want to pose to you the questions that I have posed to others. Do you believe that if the eco bill passes, that we should support switching away from propane to electricity in larger numbers here in the state of Minnesota?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mathers. And let me start by saying amen. I have appreciated your tone since the day you and I showed up here, our first day as senators, and I'm looking forward to serving with you for a long time. As to your comments about the Energy Committee, again, I think you're exactly right. The more we're having some conversation, the more we're talking, the more we're willing to work together, the better it's going to be for people in Minnesota. To your question, Mr. President and Senator Matthews, I believe that propane is currently a very effective energy source for a lot of Minnesotans. What Senator Rarick's bill does, though, is says it must compete to be a part of the future on cost, on climate change issues like carbon reduction. And if your question is, what do I think is most likely? Here's my answer. I think it's likely that, like these other energy sources, propane's going to try to innovate. That's a good thing. That's an American thing. Let's innovate. Let's compete. I don't know a lot of people who think it will compete effectively over the long term, but they're smarter than me. And if propane competes on those terms of clean energy, cost effectiveness, the standards in Senator Rarick's bill, I'll be the first one to celebrate. They will have made some improvements. I'm not positive that'll happen, but I think they deserve that chance in the same way I felt that natural gas would be allowed to innovate and to let us see what's really going to be the future. I hope that answers your question. I'm sure it was longer than you were figuring, but that's how it is.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would Senator Frentz yield to another question?
He will yield. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Frentz, you did answer my question. You also started to partially answer my second question, which I think might be a little scary. But I was touching on what may happen down in the future with this act in place. And I don't believe that adding this part to the bill is going to shield them from competition. Of course, they will still be in the market competition with every other source, and customers have the freedom to choose to examine what the costs and what their rates would be, whether they use electric, whether they use propane. But what this would be doing is not counting it for these government-imposed caps that we are imposing and increasing here with the ECO bill. And so do you believe, Senator Frentz, that right now propane is at a much more competitive advantage about being cleaner and cheaper and more reliable as it stands today, not down the road, how it may be in a few years, but as it is now today?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. My answer is I give propane an A grade on reliability. I can't give it an A grade on cleanliness when compared to our truest carbon-free sources. And so to the A12, I would say that's exactly why I don't think we should pass this amendment. That's why I think they should have to compete on the basis in Senator Rarick's bill. Am I optimistic about their future? I guess we'll find out. Thank you, Senator Matthews, and thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Frentz. And we may disagree on this, but I think your answers take it as to why we should be adopting the A12 amendment, because if they are at a better advantage on reliability, and yes, there's the facts now today that are showing that it's even better in the cost, because electricity doesn't just magically show up. There has to be a source behind it that creates the electricity. And right now, the process of using propane as a direct energy source in your homes is a cleaner way to heat than the process of making electricity behind when it gets to your light switch or your outlet or the use in your home. And that's why I think we need to ensure that despite what we have tried to work out in this bill, I understand Senator Rarick's tried to go to great lengths about making sure that it has to be proven to be reliable and cleaner and more cost effective to the customer. But we could just clearly establish all of those same goals here with the adoption of this A12 amendment. And if, as it was stated, if electricity is cheaper and cleaner in 10, 15 years down the road, as was stated earlier, then a future legislature could come back then and readdress this whole package again in the future. But once again, members, I would strongly urge a yes vote on the A12 amendment.
Further discussion on the A12 amendment. Senator Rosen, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to make sure that we are back on the A12 amendment, that propane is deleted as a fuel source. And members, propane and fuel oil are delivered by the same companies at the same time. Of course, it's a fuel source. And I think this is an area of discussion that I really don't understand where we're going with this. So, members, I would definitely say a no on the A12.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Kiffmeyer, followed by Senator Senjum. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. So I hear about this level playing field and this competing on the level playing field, and that sounds really great. Let me tell you some of the things that are in this ECHO bill that show that it isn't a level playing field, and here's the reason. The comparison of electricity and evaluating electricity specifically in the bill says you cannot include emissions, losses, the generating of the electricity, which is often coal, natural gas, transmission, or the distribution. So you've taken away basically the great costs because propane is 2.5 times more efficient than electricity. However, if you don't include emissions and the loss of electricity as it's being transmitted, generated, the source of these emissions in the generation, then the loss and transmission and distribution, if you don't include any of those, well, then it's not a fair and level playing field when you have this fuel switching. And so that's what's really, really important. But in addition to that, add to another little heavy weight here, the criteria is also benefit to society. Benefit to society. And in this case, the commissioner has all the authority and discretion to include benefit to society. Vague, unsure what that all means. And so there is no fair and level playing field for propane in the underlying bill. And so this amendment removes propane, and I ask for the support of the A12, and I ask for roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Senator Senjum, followed by Senator Rarick. Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would urge opposition to this amendment. We're having certainly a good debate on it, and that's good. But as was pointed out, propane is a fuel, not unlike certainly other fuels. And I would add, what would be the logic of removing propane and not removing heating oil? And where does that list end us? I think we need to keep this in. Propane has to meet the 4 tests that Senator Rarick talked about with respect to if it's got to meet these 4 tests to certainly count within the SIP program. Then beyond that, I just think practically, and I think of my own son-in-law and daughter, small acreage outside of Rochester. Propane tank, not unlike literally every farm acreage that expands the stretch of Minnesota. And we know how important propane is if you just look at the map and look where we have natural gas lines and look where we don't. And a large section of our states do not have those natural gas lines, even in communities going up into far northwest Minnesota. So propane is a pretty important part of certainly our fuel sources in Minnesota, and for that matter, I expect across the Midwest. But just thinking back again at so many farmsteads, so many acreages, and I think of my own son-in-law and daughter. I mean, that propane tank, that propane furnace, that propane water heater, about the last thing in their life that they're going to think about doing is exchanging that propane out for any sort of a heat pump or anything else. They, like most other people, have a lot of other expenses to think about, and that is certainly not on the priority list. So I don't expect we're going to see a rush to get rid of propane just because we do this in the ECO bill. We're not going to. If propane finds its way out of our society, it's going to be an awfully long time from now because it's an essential part of our heating, and it's an important part of our heating systems within Minnesota. I think it needs to remain in this bill and compete like every other fuel.
Further discussion on the A12 amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we talk about competing on an equal level, And we talked about, it was mentioned transmission isn't counted. You know what else isn't counted? Trucking propane to your house and the cost and everything that goes along with that, and processing the propane to be ready to be burned. They are on an equal playing field when it comes to that formula on what their emissions are. So, and again, let's reiterate, propane does not have to meet the 1.5% efficiency improvement every year. So if we're going to talk level playing field, let's talk level playing field. And if we take one type of fuel out of the definition, then the next group's going to come forward. Will take us out too. And the next one, take us out as well. I just do not feel it is appropriate to remove one type of fuel from the definition of fuel. So members, please vote. And I do want to say, I agree. Propane is a great option right now. It is clean. The 4 provisions we have, you do not meet 3 of them. Propane will not be part of this great transition over to electricity that's being claimed. It doesn't fit in the bill. Please vote no.
Any further discussion on the A12 amendment? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members in rooms 303, 206, and the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apologize for the delay. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes yes.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes yes.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Bach votes no.
Bach votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes no.
Ingebrigtsen votes no. Senator Jasinski.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes no.
Weber votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 13 ayes and 54 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's one place here that I hope we can have a short discussion on. And where it is there's a big difference in how we treat motor vehicle fuels. And so in that light, I would like to propose the A9 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 32 after line 11, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Howe.
And thank you, Mr. President. And members, I think there's a big difference when we talk about heating our homes, doing all this stuff. I believe it's different when utilities and people, ratepayers, are buying electric vehicles. So I truly believe that they should not be able to recover those costs from ratepayers under their subdivisions of 11 through 13 for fuel switching improvements when you're purchasing or leasing a motor vehicle. I've been working with MPCA. I've been working with Commissioner of Transportation and Commerce to try and figure out exactly how we're going to use the utility companies, much the same way to treat that fuel the same way we treat the other motor vehicle fuels and tax it the same way. So I will be talking to the utility companies during the interim, and I think at that time we could come back and look at something like this. But right now, I firmly believe that we should take that out of the mix when it comes to this bill, because I don't think motor vehicles should be involved in this process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Discussion on the A9 amendment. Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Howe. Mr. President, would Senator Howe yield for a question?
Senator Howe will yield. Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Senator Howe. By the way, I note you and I are both car guys. Would your amendment prevent a utility from offering a customer a rebate or being part of an electric vehicle rebate program? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howe.
I don't know if that fits in this bill, but I don't know if it would prevent that or not. I think if they wanted, well, if it would be if it would be covered by the cost from the ratepayers, I believe it would prevent that.
Senator Frentz.
Well, members, I urge a no vote on this amendment, the A9. Basically, we have, again, a deal. Things that interfere with what the public utility may or may not do are outside the purview of that deal. And if, in fact, this amendment is designed to make it more difficult for a utility to become involved in rebates for electric vehicles, I believe we're going to get a call from the Minnesota Auto Dealers Association pretty soon, as I believe they're scheduled to testify today in favor of the idea that Minnesota would be part of an electric vehicle rebate program. For that reason, members, I would encourage a no vote on the A9. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Friends, it's not that I'm opposed to that, but I think that those discussions with the utility company and how we're going to deal with this, with actually taxing electricity as a fuel, should all be one encompassing discussion, and we haven't got there yet.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Rarick, followed by Senator Dibble. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Howe yield to a question?
Senator Howe will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howe, is it your intention with this amendment that the rebate would not be allowed for charging infrastructure in a person's home if they purchased an electric vehicle, or is it just the purchase or lease of the vehicle itself?
Senator Howe.
It would be the purchase.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, with that, I am probably going to vote no on this amendment, but this is something that I have actually been talking with the folks about, and I believe this is something that the members should make their own mind up on. Personally, I do not believe our electric utilities are going to be offering rebates towards the purchase of vehicles, because that is not what's going to be the difference in whether they purchase an electric vehicle or not. But I do believe if they make that choice, a rebate should be able to be offered for the charging equipment in their home. So I am going to vote no on the amendment, but I am going to leave it to every member to vote their conscience on this one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A9 amendment. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to join my good friend Senator Rarick in voting no, and encourage others to vote no on this amendment. Members, part of what we need to do moving into the future, of course, is to electrify our transportation sector. It's been said many times, it needs to be said many times again on the floor of the Senate. We are running out of time to transition from fossil fuels. That is just, it is an existential fact and an existential crisis that we are facing. And we are actually making progress in the electrical energy sector, and we're losing ground in the transportation sector. Our transportation fuels are adding to carbon, greenhouse gas emissions, the warming, and the chaos in our weather that creates, as well as, of course, contributing dramatically to poor public health. And the utilities are taking very proactive steps to do so. And it's good for the utilities. They see the opportunity there, of course, in selling more electricity and electricity from clean and renewable sources. Also, of course, the incredible benefit that accrues to consumers, our citizens, in being able to own and operate a vehicle for far less than they do now. I think all of the concerns that Senator Howe articulates are valid. We have those conversations in transportation all the time. We need to figure out how we're going to pay for our transportation infrastructure, and if that's through mechanisms by which they continue to be powered, if that's electricity, we can figure that out, or if it's some other mechanism, weights that Senator Jasinski and I talk about, or distance of miles traveled, or other ways of figuring them out. Members, the utilities already offer some of these programs in the trying to create more ease of use of electricity for transportation purposes. They have time of day and special rates when we charge vehicles, those sorts of things. Also, members, the technology is such that it is quite possible that in the not too distant future, the batteries that are used to power the cars can be tapped for some of the demand management, some of the load management that we need to do. So it's not just moving into switching the source and the kind of fuel in the transportation sector. There's a benefit in our electrical energy and generation side as well. and this amendment would limit utilities' ability to do that. I would encourage a no vote.
Further discussion on the A9 amendment. Senator Howe, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, this doesn't preclude utility companies from offering a rebate or a special deal on the charging equipment. What this does is just prevent them from using the purchase or the lease of the vehicle. So they can't do it including to the cost of purchasing the vehicle. If they want to give a special rate for charging, this doesn't affect that. If they want to give a special rebate for buying a charger, this doesn't affect that. This only affects for the purchase and the lease of the vehicle, which usually those folks are a little bit more affluent than the standard people. And so what we're looking at doing is you're going to take those folks that are struggling to pay their electric bill now, and you're going to supplement the rich guy to buy his electric vehicle. And I don't think that's right. So make up your mind and lay some more rate increases on the poor folks that can't hardly pay their electric bill now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A9 amendment. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well said, Senator Howe. Exactly the point. But I have a question. Would Senator Dibble yield for a question?
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Senator Dibble, on the floor here, you just said that it would be important to, I can't quite exactly quote, that's why I'm asking you, end fossil fuels. I just wanted you to confirm that or explain it further, that ending fossil fuels.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. So fossil fuels, the way we generate energy from them is by burning them, and that creates carbon, which of course is emitted into the atmosphere. And that is what causes climate change and global warming. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
And, Mr. President?
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Okay, would Senator Dibble yield for another question?
Senator Dibble will yield. Senator Kiffmeyer.
And Senator Dibble, do you feel that this ECHO bill helps the goal of ending fossil fuels?
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think what the ECO bill does is puts into a larger mix under the conservation improvement programs of the utilities the ability to do the analysis of, so anything and everything kind of starts at the same starting line, and the direction that's been is then given to the Public Utilities Commission is to analyze all of these proposals by the exact same measuring stick, you know, whether that's fossil fuel or energy efficiency or you know, electrification from renewable sources or the like, against the criteria and the benefits that are laid out in the ECHO bill. So, so the ECHO bill doesn't say yes or no to fossil fuels. It says what are those things that are going to be the most beneficial from a cost perspective, from a benefit perspective, from a climate and environment perspective.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I understand now that the ECHO bill is about ending fossil fuels, and I understand now why the concern for others in regards to this bill. But, Mr. President, at this time I'll ask for a roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Any further discussion on the A9 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in rooms 303, 206 in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Kent to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Tomassoni.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bach votes no.
Bach votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes no.
Weber votes no.
Mr. President, stand by. I have a correction.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I incorrectly recorded the vote. Senator Dames votes aye.
Dames votes aye. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rest votes no.
Rest votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 18 ayes and 49 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 13, line 19, after displaced insert. This is the A50 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. We have an amendment here to have the Commissioner to establish criteria on evaluating the process here. So a scientific evaluation of the total greenhouse gas emissions for the fuel being replaced, the transmission, energy loss. So scientific-based criteria to be included in the process related to greenhouse gases. Pretty straightforward, members. I urge a green vote.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Draheim.
I'd also ask for a roll call.
Roll call will be granted. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for bringing forth the A50. Members, I would recommend a no vote. Again, we have an agreement amongst a wide variety of stakeholders. Amendments that threaten to change the underlying deal, threaten to unwind the agreement. I would recommend a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment. Senator Dibble, followed by Senator Kiffmeyer. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Draheim would yield.
Senator Draheim will yield. Senator Dibble.
Senator Draheim, I don't think your amendment is quite as straightforward as you represent. You delete the phrase on page 13, line 23, over the lifetime of the improvement. And then you go on to say, and I'm trying to find it here, no factor other than identifying the amount of greenhouse gas emissions relative to the intended purpose shall be considered. So Senator Draheim, my question is why are we deleting the phrase over the lifetime of the commitment and then inserting no factor other than identifying the amount of greenhouse gas emissions relative to the intended purpose shall be considered?
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for the question. I guess the intent of the amendment is to consider the end goal, which is a cleaner environment and less greenhouse gases. And I think this amendment does set up scientifically based criteria by the Commissioner to move forward evaluating the whole project.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Draheim, I'll repeat my question. Why are we deleting the words over the lifetime of the improvement and inserting no factor other than identifying the amount of greenhouse gas emissions relative to the intended purpose shall be considered?
Senator Draheim will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator. You know, to me, it's supposed to be scientifically based, and that's what I'm trying to do with my amendment. If you would like to address my amendment and support it in some way, I would be eager to have that discussion with you.
Senator Dibble.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I might support your amendment, Senator Draheim. I'm trying to understand it, and that's why I'm asking this question. And I think it's an important, these are some important changes. You're deleting consideration of aspects that are true for any given element of a plan that's proposed over the lifetime of the improvement, and then confining and restricting the analysis, excluding some consideration by saying no factor other than identifying the amount of greenhouse gas emissions relative to the intended purpose. Sounds like a pretty dramatic change, and I'm wondering why that's included and what the effect and what the intended effect is. If Senator Draheim would yield.
He'll yield. Can you please just repeat a specific question, Senator Dibble?
Well, Mr. President, I guess I'll just dispense here. We're not going to get an answer to this question clearly. Members, I would just tell you that I think this is a fairly dramatic change in how the proposals that are brought forward by the utilities are evaluated by the Public Utilities Commission. It's not, I don't think it is, as Senator Draheim represents, simple language in support of the goals of the bill to create a scientific analysis. I think it's a pivot and a shift away from considering the factors that actually do need to be considered by the Public Utility Commission to give the utilities' fair proposal due consideration. I would encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I again understand the concept of the amendment, but when we look at the underlying bill and the fact that we have the 4 criteria that must be met in order to count fuel switching, and in committee we did put more language under the definition of efficient fuel switching improvement, which basically covers the gist of this to make sure that the improvement is reducing emissions and all of that. And the language that we took in committee, I'm looking through this, and I know Senator Dibble had some concerns. I think much of it is the same or redundant, but we were able to work on the language that's in the bill under the definition of efficient fuel switching improvement much more in depth and work with staff to make sure it was written the way we wanted. I just don't see the need for adopting this amendment. Again, the protections around making sure when you make a switch that it is cleaner is already in the bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A50 amendment? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Members in rooms 303, 206 in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. I'll call on Senator Thomasoni to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Thomasoni.
Mr. President, Senator Bach votes no.
Bach votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Rest votes no.
Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Westrom votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber's in the chamber and has already voted.
Sorry.
Senator Jasinski.
I meant Senator Goggin votes no.
Goggin votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 12 ayes and 55 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on the bill. Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I offer the A11 amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer offers the A11 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Kiffmeyer moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 13, line 23, delete. This is the A11 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, you know, I think, Senator Dibble, you're going to like this amendment because, yes, I have removed the language on over the lifetime of the improvement. We've done this before, but folks, it's vague. What's the lifetime of the improvement? And so I just think it's unnecessarily vague. But the most important thing that I think you folks will like here is that it does not require the use of fossil fuel to generate the energy being substituted for the replacement fuel. In other words, if the underlying energy source is fossil fuels, then that would be information that's important to know. And one of the criteria then is that it also does not require the use of fossil fuel to generate the energy. And that's important, members, to realize that many sources of electricity use fossil fuels to generate their electricity. Because you plug it into the wall doesn't mean you aren't using fossil fuels. So that's my amendment, and members, I ask for your support of the A11 amendment.
Discussion on the A11 amendment.
Mr. President, I'll call for a roll call.
A roll call will be granted. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kiffmeyer. Members, this deviates from the arrangement that's been a part of this whole process, and I urge you to vote no on the A11 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I would ask a no vote on this, please. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the A11 amendment? Senator Kiffmeyer.
Well, members, now I am really surprised by this. After all the words on this floor, fossil fuel, fossil fuel, fossil fuel. Now I give you a chance to do it. I give you a chance to do it in this amendment. And what I hear back, we have an agreement. It's all about the agreement, not the policy, not the other issues that are talked about. It's just all about the agreement. Members, vote yes on the A11. Thank you.
The secretary will take the roll on the amendment. Members in rooms 303, 206 in the President's office, please come to the chamber to vote. Call on Senator Tomassoni to report the votes of the members voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Tomassoni.
Mr. President, Senator Bach votes no.
Bach votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Clausen votes no.
Clausen votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Dietzick votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Eakin votes no.
Eakin votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Herr votes no.
Herr votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Putnam votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Rest votes no.
Rest votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Uyghur votes no.
Uyghur votes no. Senator Kent.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Anderson votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Eichhorn votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Newman votes no.
Newman votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Ingebrigtsen votes aye.
Ingebrigtsen votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Senator Abler votes no.
Abler votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dames votes no.
Dames votes no. All members having voted who have the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 12 ayes and 54 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on House File 164. Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A18 amendment.
Senator Dibble offers the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dibble moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 26, line 26, delete. This is the A18 amendment.
To the amendment, Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, lest the Senator Varick thinks we're completely in love with his bill. Just needed to remind him, I'm coming a little bit from, this side of the aisle. So, Mr. President, what this would do is simply would, let me just first back up and say I'm glad to see that the effort that's called for from utilities on behalf of low-income consumers, low-income people is doubled both for gas utilities and electric utilities, and that's great. But the truth is that that's a very modest increase. And so this would simply ask that that they move up to 1% rather than 0.4 and 0.8 or 0.8 and 0.4 of their revenue. Mr. President, the reason for that is because the need particularly in the residential sector for low-income customers, is extraordinary. And that, of course, makes sense when you think about it, when you think about the kinds of housing low-income folks are forced to live in, older appliances, and the nature of the appliances, and the list goes on. And the potential benefit, the potential upside to them is, of course, tremendous if they were to get some assistance with insulation and fuel switching and better appliances and the like in terms of their ability to have both lower energy bills as well as much, much healthier places to live. But the overall benefit to all of us and to ratepayers is quite extraordinary. Just consider the potential in the effort that we might be able to do for low-income folks. Xcel Energy reports having put 8.9% of its efficiency efforts on the electric side, 17.3% on the natural gas side into low-income efforts. But 24% of their households are low-income. And so the gap, the delta there is what I'm trying to get to, Mr. President. And in the Minnesota Energy Efficiency Potential Study, which I referenced earlier, it is forecast that utilities are only achieving 5% of the potential energy savings in the low-income sector. There is so much more that could be done, and so much more creative work that can be done, working with multifamily housing, for example, working with landowners, landlords, as well as the tenants of multifamily programs. We're just barely scratching the surface. And all of the additional collateral benefits in terms of the kinds of benefit to our economy are present as well. Local jobs, innovations in energy services, local retailers, and the list goes on. So, Mr. President, I would encourage a green vote for the A18 and would request a roll call. Thank you.
There will be a roll call. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And though this is a noble amendment, I do have to speak in opposition to it. There is nothing that prevents our utilities from spending more than what the bill has. This is a minimum. And I believe we need to give them the flexibility to use their dollars to make the efficiencies that they are required under law in the best way that they know. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Dibble.
So, Mr. President, I'm getting some information beamed to me that this is actually a live and active discussion. So if I could ask Senator Rarick, if Senator Rarick would yield.
Senator Rarick will yield. Senator Dibble.
Thank you. Senator Rarick, I would just like to know if this is an idea that you would be open to discussing further as this bill moves along. It's a bumpy, windy process.
Senator Rarick.
Mr. President, Senator Dibble, yes, I am open to discussions yet as we move through conference committee. So I would be more than happy to discuss it with folks, but I would need more time and some of that ability to talk with others before I could say yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to withdraw the A18.
Senator Dibble withdraws the A18 amendment. Members, any further discussion on House File 164? Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to applaud the efforts to move forward on ECO and on energy efficiency and what we used to call the SIP program. I think this is the best. Energy efficiency is the most efficient way, I suppose, to address climate, to address cost savings, to address everything else. Because if you look at the charts of how much of our energy demand had been taken up because of improvements we've had in energy efficiency over the last few decades, that means a whole lot of power that we don't need to generate. That includes both fossil fuel and other kinds of generation. Even clean generation costs money. So energy efficiency is very good. However, I do think this bill is in many ways, I understand, a compromise, but it's timid in some ways. And I have the A16 amendment at the desk I'd like to speak to in a minute.
Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Marty moves to amend House File Number 164 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 1, line 23, strike. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Marty on the A16 amendment.
Thank you. And this simply changes in the energy policy goal in the first paragraph of the bill. Right now, the energy policy of the state is to achieve annual energy savings equal to at least 1.5% of annual retail energy sales of electricity and natural gas. And that would change it to 2.5%, which is in keeping with a lot of other states. I think Arizona, I don't think of them as a big leader in a lot of ways, but I believe they're at 2.5%. Others, I think Rhode Island is at 3%. And realistically, this is not an unreasonable goal. Minnesota's investor-owned utilities, all three, have submitted in their latest power resource plans. Each one of them plan to hit Xcel, Minnesota Power, and Otter Tail, all plan to be at 2.5% or higher. This is not an unreasonable goal. The goal of the state, the policy of the state should be to push it as fast as we can. And even the utilities are planning to do that already. It seems to me that our energy goals as a state ought to be 2.5%. And I urge your support of the A16 amendment.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, this is one of the areas that our bill differs from the other body, and it can be a point that is discussed in the conference committee, but at this time I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speaking to Senator Marty's amendment. Mr. President, members, when we established the idea of moving to overall savings goals versus a set amount of spending in the SIP program a number of years ago now, I can't remember what year it was. I was the chief author. That's how old I'm getting, Mr. President. There was a lot of heartburn and a lot of anxiety about that. It was very, very easy to understand a set dollar amount, a little harder to understand an overall savings goal, and also a lot of anxiousness about whether or not we could achieve those savings year over year. And Mr. President, the utilities, particularly the IOUs, have done tremendous work in this area, and it's actually been, it's generated innovation in thinking, innovation in service delivery, types of services and products and other things. And we've seen how, I mean, just the math that has been done, the costs that we've avoided to the overall system and the amount of savings that individual ratepayers have that is reflected in lower electric bills has been tremendous. And they've far surpassed the 1% and the 1.5% that we set forth then. And in fact, they are already achieving 2 and 2.5%. And a number of states are way past us. We were way at the head of the pack in those early days, and now we're falling behind. And so it's up to us, in the public's interest, in the interest of our constituents, the ratepayers that we represent, just to keep pushing and to make sure that utilities, which are regulated entities, because they provide this public good and this monopoly service, that we continue to push on this because it's a benefit to all sides. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, one of the reasons that the Senate bill has the goal at 1.5%, the point of this bill was to reform the program because our electrical co-ops and municipals were struggling to meet the 1.5% efficiency. And so put in reforms to make it easier for them to make it, but yet then to say, well, now we're going to put the goal to 2.5% gives them some pause. Is it something that we can talk about in a couple of years if we can see that through these provisions they're seeing more savings? Yes. But at this point, I would appreciate a no vote and keep it at the 1.5%.
Any further discussion on the A16 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion? Senator McEwen. What? My bad, Senator McEwen. I have to read these things first. These are conference committee members' excused. So pursuant to Rule 12.5, Senator Limmer moved that the following members be excused for a conference committee on Senate File 970 at 1 p.m. Senators Limmer, Matthews, Johnson, Ingebretson, and Latz. Senator Dames moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on Senate File 972 at 1 p.m. Senators Dames, Senjum, Utke, Matthews, and Friends. Senator Nelson moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File 991 at 1 p.m. Senators Nelson, Weber, Miller, Bach, and Rest. And Senator Chamberlain moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File number 1065 at 1 p.m. Senators Chamberlain, Eichhorn, Duckworth, Dornack, and Uyghur. And Senator Benson moves that the following members be excused for a conference committee on House File number 2128 at 1 p.m. Senators Benson, Abler, Utke, Coran, and Hoffman. Okay. Senator McEwen. Hang on one more thing. On those motions, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, motions are adopted. Okay, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to offer the A17 amendment, please.
The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend House File number 164, amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows, page 17, line 13. This is the A17 amendment.
On the A17 amendment, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment, and before I forget, Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call on this vote. I do want to applaud.
There will be a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to applaud Senator Rarick and all of the interesting debate here. This has been really interesting to listen to. We know that efficiencies are crucial as we move into this era of the climate crisis. And so I am keenly interested in this. And I also hear the concern about our municipalities and wanting to make sure that they're able to meet the goals that we set. What the A17 amendment would do is make an adjustment to Section 6 of the bill on page 17. Line 13, it would replace the 1.75% energy savings goal for public utilities. So investor-owned utilities. It would replace the 1.75 goal with a 2.5. And I think, it goes without saying that what we want to be doing in government is setting goals, true goals. And as I understand it, each of our investor-owned utilities, Xcel Energy, Minnesota Power, Otter Tail Power, have already filed energy savings goals equal to or above of 2.5% of their sales. So it far exceeds the target set in the SIP statute of the 1.5%, and now already would exceed the 1.75 that's currently in the bill. So I'd like to set the bar a little higher. I think our utilities are already there, and we need to push on these. It's just so crucial. It's so important. And if we look across other states, that have similar programs. We already see that a number of other states are, and we've heard some of this already, but they're ahead of us already. Arizona with a goal of 2.5 already, New Jersey at 2.0, New York at 3, Ohio at 2, Rhode Island at 2.5. So I'd like to see us lead. I'd like to see us lead on this. As we know, energy efficiency is a really important piece toward energy efficiency is a really important energy resource in and of itself. It also is an economic stimulus. It provides local jobs, and it's going to increase, by increasing efficiencies, we increase local jobs in that way. It helps people save money. We've heard all of these important goals that it serves already, and I won't go into that too much. But I just wanted to say that let's set our goals just a little bit higher so that we can continue to lead in this area. And I ask for your yes vote on the A17 amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And one of the things I failed to mention in describing the bill was actually one of the very key points of the bill. And I did mention the original SIP program had a mandated spend of 1.5%. If the energy savings goals are met under this new bill, that spending mandate goes away. And I believe that's one of the reasons why the 1.75% was put in for the IOUs. They have achieved their goals and exceeded that 2%, but they have spent quite a bit of money to get there. And one of the goals of this bill is to help reduce the spending around SIP. And if we increase that goal too high right now, and also they do not get to count fuel switching, so I believe we should be leaving this at 1.75 right now and would ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen please yield?
Senator McEwen will yield. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, did you happen to introduce this as a piece of legislation, a bill?
Senator McEwen.
No. Thank you for the question, and the answer is no, I did not.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, it's something like this deserves a tremendous amount of attention. All the stakeholders need to be around the table to discuss this. It might be a viable bill if it was introduced, and it would probably get a hearing, but you, especially in energy, cannot jerk the wheel too fast, too hard. And that's what something like this would do to all the industries. So I would encourage you to get a bill ready and introduce that for next year, and we can have that discussion. So I would say no on the A17 amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rarick pointed out that when the utilities reach their goal of 1.75%, that would be in law with his bill, that they get freed from the mandate to spend 1.5% of their expenses on the SIP program. And the other half of that, though, is that they only are required to spend if it makes cost sense. And the reality is these energy efficiency improvements do make sense. They do save ratepayers money. They do save public money. And so keeping in the higher goals means then they cannot be freed from that spending thing until they reach the higher goals. The reality is this is the best bargain we have. Energy efficiency is the best bargain we have in energy policy. And I think the reality is that all the three investor-owned utilities, the only ones that would be affected by Senator McEwen's amendment are already there. So let's not let them off the hook. Let's keep them at what they said they can do. They do not have to make any energy efficiency improvements if they don't make cost sense. The law already gives them an out for that. But the reality is these improvements do make cost sense. They are worth doing. They say they can do it. They've got it in their plans already, so let's just lock it in here. It's an obvious thing to do, and given the urgency of the problem, it's a good thing for us to keep moving forward. This is not unreasonable. All 3 IOUs are already able to get there and have it in their plans.
Seeing no further discussion on the A17 amendment, the secretary will take the roll. Members in the Capitol 303, the President's office, and Capitol 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Pursuant to Rule 40.7, Senator Lang, please report the votes of those voting remotely.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Coleman votes no.
Duckworth votes no.
Duckworth votes no.
Eichhorn votes no.
Eichhorn votes no.
Dames votes no.
Dames votes no.
Newman votes no.
Newman votes no.
Osmic votes no.
Osmic votes no.
Gazelka votes no.
Gazelka votes no.
Johnson votes no.
Johnson votes no.
Ingebretson votes no.
Ingebretson votes no.
Limmer votes no.
Limmer votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Benson votes no.
Benson votes no.
Abler votes no.
Abler votes no.
Senator Chamberlain votes no.
Chamberlain votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Curran votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Weber votes no.
Nelson votes no.
Nelson votes no.
Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no.
Miller votes no.
Miller votes no.
Senator Dornick votes no.
Dornick votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eken votes no.
Eken votes no.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye.
Senator Newton votes no.
Newton votes no.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Senator Uyghur votes aye.
Uyghur votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to remove Nelson's. I misspoke on the last vote, and it would be not having a vote, a 0 vote for Senator Nelson, and Senator Matthews is a no vote.
Senator Matthews votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Utke votes no.
And Jasinski votes no.
Jasinski votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 29 ayes and 36 nays, the amendment does not prevail, or the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Any further discussion on House File 164? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 164 its third reading.
House File Number 164, Bill for an Act relating to energy, establishing the Energy Conservation and Optimization Act of 2021.
Any further discussion? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll just repeat a couple of things I said before, but they're worthy of repeating on third reading as we conclude this debate. I concur with Senator McEwen and others to thank my colleagues for a really interesting discussion and a really interesting debate on policy points. And I appreciate that when we do that kind of work here on the Senate floor. Mr. President, I thank Senator Rarick. He is long-suffering and has worked hard on this bill. And as I said earlier, it contains some very powerful ideas in it. You know, taking the power and all of the leverage of the SIP program and making more and better use of it on behalf of our overall electrical energy system, potentially our transportation sector, saving ratepayers money and creating a much more efficient overall system, and perhaps even doing some good for our public health and our climate challenges. You know, there's a lot of folks watching what we're doing today, taking a great deal of interest. There will be more as we move forward. I have to say, for the record, I'm disappointed by the First Amendment that was offered, creating the limitations on fuel switching, both in terms of caps as well as delays, and think that inhibits and damages the bill. Hopefully, we'll be able to be a part of the conversation going forward, having been a part of the conversation a number of years ago when we made the first major leap forward in SIP at that time. So members, I might vote green, but I wouldn't encourage folks to necessarily follow my lead. I'm voting green because I like some aspects of the bill, but I do think the bill is deeply flawed. You know, think it doesn't necessarily need to roar out of here with a unanimous vote, but I probably will vote green because I think the fundamentals of the bill are good and would like to be a part of the conversation going forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And so I'm rising in opposition of House File 164. No surprise, I would expect after the amendments that I've offered here today. It is certainly, I think, something that became more clear that the die was cast, and no matter the effort at the amendments, there was this agreement. But the one thing I think it is important for everybody to understand when you're looking at voting for a bill, in particular to realize that the dependence on the renewables, whether it's photovoltaic or wind or other things like that, These items require minerals from a variety of sources in order to make them. I think it's important to understand that, because it's so easy to think when you're voting for electricity that you're just plugging into a wall, and whatever is behind there, whatever happens to that, that doesn't really matter, because this is how the electricity comes to your wall, and not realizing the process by which it does. But on these renewables, an interesting quote is from the Manhattan Institute, an article they wrote on mines, minerals, and, quote, green energy, a reality check, July 9th, 2020. So pieces of information from this is such: 80% of the world's graphite resources are located in our good friend and model world citizen, China. 80% of the graphite needed to construct renewables. 50% of the world's cobalt reserves are located in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a nation unstable and a nation that uses child labor and very unsafe mining practices. So we won't do mining in northern Minnesota, but it's okay to vote for a bill that will use electricity with materials that'll come from the Democratic Republic of Congo with unsafe mining. 58% of the world's lithium reserves are located in Chile. Need I remind you that whether it's China, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or Chile, these are not stable countries that we can depend upon to meet our need for renewables, batteries. You can't count on them. Do we need our ability to communicate? Do we need our ability to have electricity? We certainly do. But to put ourselves in dependence upon countries like China, Chile, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I am no way going to be voting for putting my folks here at the mercy of these countries. And I think that's why the Manhattan Institute wrote Mines, Minerals, and Green Energy, a reality check. Let's have a real good reality check about what is being voted for here. America is essentially energy self-sufficient right now. But if we vote for this and we continue moving forward in such a dramatic way, we will become dependent on foreign countries to complete our energy needs, and our energy future at best is uncertain. While we have here in Minnesota mining and pipelines with good jobs, good things that are done for us in Minnesota, there we'll say no, but we'll say yes to Chile, yes to China, and yes to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Hardly something that I'm interested in voting for. So members, I understand there's this agreement, and I understand where this is coming from, but nonetheless, my own conscience and the representation of my district calls on me to make my very best effort to amend and to promote the information so that folks know what they're really voting for. So members, I urge you to vote no on House File 164. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, members, for a great debate. Thank you, Senator Rarick, for your perseverance. I rise in support of the bill. No, it's not perfect. It has things, interestingly, on both sides of the aisle that we don't like. But the question is, are we going to send it to conference where its potential is really, really great? Remember, who are the groups that support the original ECO bill? Utilities. These are the people that provide us electricity. Labor. That's working men and women, and there's local jobs at stake in this bill. And then the ratepayers. That's all of us. The people that pay the cost of electricity, and the efficiency provided for in the ECO bill is going to make that better. We're going to innovate, which again is what Americans do. We're going to produce these devices here in Minnesota. And for all those reasons, despite all the points that have been made about what might be better, I'm going to be a yes vote on the bill. and I want to thank members for a good debate, and I hope we return from conference committee with this bill in better shape and in a position where the whole Senate can vote for it. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I jumped in front of the author. And I would like to thank the author, Senator Rarick, for his tenacity on this bill. It has been amazing, and you have worked very hard, Senator Rarick, to bring all the stakeholders together. And as I've mentioned, especially with energy, it's extremely important to have all the voices at the table and a clear understanding of the direction that the bill is supposed to be going for. And I think you are there. I think you have made a lot of compromise to address all those issues. I also want to thank the propane industry and the association. They do have fears. Some of them I'm not sure if are just, but they do have fears. And I know Senator Rarick has addressed them and will continue to address them with the conference committee. And of course, I want to thank our electric utilities and the ratepayers. This is a very, very important bill, and I know that everybody is going to vote for their district. I am too. I'm going to support this bill. It's extremely important for our utilities and the ratepayers. This is a consumer choice bill, truly is a consumer choice bill, members. And the co-ops, communities cannot proceed unless there's a certain criteria has been met with the bill. The end user has the final word, and it must be, that final word must be about overall savings. And fuel switching is an energy savings measure, and it must be supported by its own merit. Minnesota is already reducing its carbon footprint, which is evident by GRE's announcement of closing the Coal Creek generating station. And Basin Electric has reduced the amount of coal generation each year. There is a letter that came from the Propane Association, and I just want to, there's several things in here that I feel were inaccurate, and it's from January 25th of this year. It said it would increase the cost of energy for rural Minnesotans in your district through ratepayer increases. Well, that, members, is not true. It's flat out wrong. Actually, energy costs through electric has gone down. And so there's many other things in here that I question about China and Brazil and the raw materials that are coming from the Republic of Congo. This bill does nothing about supporting that type of relationship at all. I've heard about the level playing field, it's unfair, competing on equal manner. The propane industry is unmonitored with zero government mandates, unlike the electric fuel industry. And if you go to the propane website, they're clearly doing marketing efforts to attract the electric consumer, which they should be doing. So that's no different than what is potentially here too. Again, the ECO bill does not pick any winners or losers. The end consumer has a final choice, and it must come from the overall energy savings. So with that, I proudly stand to support Senator Rarick's bill. Thank you.
Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a big energy bill, and I want to compliment Senator Rarick for the work that he has put into it, perhaps a couple of years and hundreds and maybe thousands of hours. I would regard it, Mr. President, members, as historic. This is landmark energy legislation. You know, I was here in 2007. We did the Renewable Energy Standard. People comment that as landmark. This is landmark too. This is a big step in the transition from where we have been to where we're going to be. And Senator Rarick has taken us along the lines of that transition with this bill today. So I congratulate them. And I think about in terms of this legislation and where it places us. And we all know the world is changing attitudinally and in many other ways with respect to energy. Certainly technologically, we know that. this bill is a technologic bill. This bill will do a lot in terms of innovation going forward in the energy area. It will reap some benefits which I don't think we can even imagine today. So as we think about where we are and where we're going, certainly in the world of energy, it's driven by a lot of things, certainly climate, certainly concerns about climate and where that's taking us, certainly economics and where innovation might take us economically. And I would say also perhaps thinking about it as an older senator here, just in terms of earthly stewardship. We're placed on this earth for a reason. Part of that reason is to take care of her. She's a precious thing, and this bill, as we talk about the hallmark theme of this bill is conservation and conserving. It's in the title, and I don't think we can forget that as we go forward and vote on it today. So a lot about economics, a lot about jobs, a lot about the future. And so as we think about fewer emissions, perhaps a healthier population, but let's not forget also about just earthly stewardship and taking care of this place that we live on. And as we cast this green ballot vote today, and I hope there's a lot of green votes up there, let's just think about energy, the future. I tell you what, we're living in a world. This is not about Minnesota, by the way. This is about the world. For those of you that might engage yourself a little bit in this and begin to understand what's happening across our globe in the area of an energy transition, it's real, it's big, a tremendous amount of money being put into it right now, and a tremendous amount of effort and the attitudes towards Mother Earth and the attitudes towards an energy transition are real, and they're big. It's perhaps one of the biggest revolutions that we have going on in this earth right now is how we do energy and how we're going to do it in the future. So again, this is a big step. This is a big bill. And Senator Eric, I congratulate you for all your efforts. I thank you for all your efforts. Minnesota needs to thank you for all your efforts. You have brought to us today a landmark piece of legislation which I think we can be proud of as we cast our green ballots here today. And thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Energy efficiency is, I think we all recognize, one of the best deals. It avoids the need for any kind of power generation when we can avoid the need for it. And if you look over the last decades, how much progress we've made, it's good. And I applaud Senator Rarick for his challenging effort to get this bill through the process. I'm disappointed in it. I'm voting against the bill. I'm hoping it'll get better in conference committee. But when we're not even able to say our state goals are close to where the utilities already are able to go in saving money for their ratepayers, saving money, improving the environment, cleaning it up. You can't have more of a win-win, and yet we're so timid in this. So while I applaud Senator Rarick's work on it, I also got to say that I think we got to recognize we're in a climate crisis. This is the one way that every member of the body should be able to say we can take bold steps forward here, and yet we're tinkering. And I think that's a big disappointment. I hope that the bill gets better in conference committee and we continue moving forward on a clean energy policy.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the discussion today. When this bill was brought to me, I don't even remember how long ago. When I looked at it, I just believed it was the right thing to do. I never imagined it was going to take this long or take this much effort, but I believe it was worth it. And, you know, since getting involved in the energy sector here at the Capitol, I have always been one to say we can continue to be better stewards, and we must be driving towards a cleaner, cheaper, and yet reliable energy system for the state. And I believe the provisions of this bill can help us take those steps and helps prioritize that. And I believe we've probably talked about everything that needs to be talked about. So I do, at this point, want to thank some people You know, the advocates who came to me with this bill have been tireless in their efforts, and anytime I had a question, they were there, and they did the work to help me understand this and get to where I am today with the information and knowing it the way I do. The opponents as well, they engaged, and they brought to me their concerns, and I hope they feel that I engaged with them and addressed their concerns as best I could. Two senators that were the chairs of the Energy Committee that supported me and helped me through this, Senator Osmek and Senator Senjum. They were there for me and they supported me as I took this on. And then Senator Matthews engaged with me and brought to me his concerns and worked with me. And Senator Frentz for working across the aisle and helping. You know, unfortunately in these days it is very tough to get face-to-face with too many people, and he helped me to provide that, even though I couldn't do it in person. This is, if we can pass this today, this is one more big step for this bill. It's not the finish line though. I'm committed to working with Representative Stevenson in conference committee to bring this back in a way that we deal with compromise and hopefully that every member in this chamber can support. And then most of all, there are 3 staffers that were with me all the way with all the different revisions and amendments, but Darren Lee, Allie Gunstrom, and Ms. Carlin Fontaine, Doyle Fontaine, they supported me every time I called on them. So members, thank you so much, and I would ask for you to support this, and I ask for your green vote.
Seeing no further discussion on final passage of House File 164 as amended, the Secretary will take the roll. If anyone's left in Capitol 303, the President's office, or room 206, please come to the chamber to vote. Pursuant to Rule 40.7, Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes yes.
Coleman votes yes.
Duckworth votes yes.
Duckworth votes yes.
Dames votes yes.
Dames votes yes.
Newman votes yes.
Newman votes yes.
Osmek votes yes.
Osmek votes yes.
Johnson votes yes.
Johnson votes yes.
Ingebretson votes no.
Ingebretson votes no.
Limmer votes yes.
Limmer votes yes.
Benson votes no.
Benson votes no.
Abler votes yes.
Abler votes yes.
Chamberlain votes yes.
Chamberlain votes yes.
Curran votes no.
Curran votes no.
Utke votes yes.
Utke votes yes.
Weber votes yes.
Weber votes yes.
Nelson votes yes.
Nelson votes yes.
Matthews votes no.
Matthews votes no.
Miller votes yes.
Miller votes yes.
Dornick votes yes.
Dornick votes yes.
Jasinski votes yes.
Jasinski votes yes. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Carlson votes no.
Senator Champion votes no.
Champion votes no.
Senator Eaton votes no.
Eaton votes no.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Eakin votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Fateh votes no.
Senator Hur votes aye.
Her votes aye.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes no.
Kunish votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Latz votes no.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Rest votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes no.
Torres Ray votes no.
Senator Uyghur votes aye.
Uyghur votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Wickland votes no. Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Dietzick votes no.
Senator Isaacson votes no.
Isaacson votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 27 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Continuing on special orders, General Order number 25, Senate File 1047. I call on the author, Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate File 1037 is about an agreement with Xcel Energy and the St. Paul District Energy Group, I'll call it, relative to the continued operation of that facility, and I have the A1 amendment.
The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Senjum moves to amend Senate File number 1047 as follows, page 1, line 10, delete. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Senjum to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A1 amendment is somewhat technical. I think there's one provision in there that's noteworthy. The agreement, as I'll read, or at least I'll describe in a minute or two, deals with the electrification of that St. Paul District Energy facility. And this amendment actually has a phrase in it that suggests that if it's deemed in the public interest not to do that, it may be rejected. So it's probably a good amendment to have in there and leave that decision for later, as the initial bill was presented and exists, at least at this point. That ability to reject the electrification was not in there. So that's the amendment, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Any discussion on the A1 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? The motion prevails 1-0. The amendment is adopted. Senator Senjum.
Mr. President, I love the level of support I'm getting today. So, Mr. President, members of the amended version now of Senate File 1047, it goes back to, again, 1994, the cast storage issue at Prairie Island, the fact that Xcel Energy needed to go forward with renewable energy projects, including biomass. This was one of the biomass projects that unfolded at that point in time. The contract on that is up at the end of next year. This, I'm told, has to be, frankly, passed this year. This particular bill has to be passed, and it's important that it is passed, Mr. President and members, because St. Paul District Energy heats and cools all of downtown St. Paul, and including this capital facility. If we want to be warm or if we want to be cool, it's important to have district energy functioning for us. Along the way, then, Xcel Energy and District Energy have come together on an agreement. I'm not sure, Mr. President, I could describe the details of the agreement. I'll just stand for questions on that. Just understand it. It's an agreement. It's agreed to. Everybody's good with it, and I'll just stand for questions at this point.
The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 1047, a bill for an act relating to energy.
Senator Marty, then Senator Pappas. Third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is a good bill. The district energy is a very expensive power for Xcel to buy, and this is a next step on it. I think the plant is very much needed, as Senator Senjum mentioned, and also it is right now consuming the waste ash wood from Emerald Ash Borer in the Twin Cities area. It's a good thing to keep going in this way, and it is being converted, and so I appreciate Senator Senjum's bill and think we should support it.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise also to support Senator Senjum's bill for the same reasons that he mentioned and Senator Marty mentioned. Many of you legislators live in downtown St. Paul during the session. I live there year-round. It is a very valuable access. We're very lucky to have St. Paul District Energy and their renewable energy source. They burn wood waste. So it's a very important asset in downtown St. Paul, and I applaud the partnership here in the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Senate File 1047? Senator Senjum.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your support on this. I would add just a bit of trivia. St. Paul District Energy has the largest hot water district energy system in North America. So another feather in the cap of St. Paul, Minnesota. So I appreciate your vote on this, members, as we go forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 1047 as amended.
My dad used to ask me, what did you learn today? Yeah.
Members in 303, the President's office, and 206, please come to the Senate chamber floor to vote. Pursuant to Rule 40.7, Senator Kent.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Carlson votes aye.
Senator Champion votes aye.
Champion votes aye.
Senator Clausen votes aye.
Clausen votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Eaton votes aye.
Eaton votes aye.
Senator Eakin votes aye. Eakin.
Senator Eakin votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Herr votes aye.
Senator Hoffman votes aye.
Hoffman votes aye.
Senator Isaacson votes aye.
Isaacson votes aye.
Senator Kunish votes aye.
Kunish votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Latz votes aye.
Senator Newton votes aye.
Newton votes aye.
Senator Putnam votes aye.
Putnam votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Rest votes aye.
Senator Torres Ray votes aye.
Torres Ray votes aye.
Senator Uyghur votes aye.
Senator Uyghur votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Wickland votes aye. You got him? Senator Lang.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes yes.
Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes yes.
Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes yes.
Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes yes.
Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Dames votes yes.
Dames votes aye.
Senator Newman votes yes.
Newman votes aye.
Osmic votes yes.
Osmic votes aye.
Johnson votes yes.
Johnson votes aye.
Ingebretson votes yes.
Ingebretson votes aye.
Limmer votes yes.
Limmer votes aye.
Benson votes yes.
Benson votes aye.
Senator Abler votes yes.
Abler votes aye.
Senator Chamberlain votes yes.
Chamberlain votes aye.
Senator Curran votes yes.
Curran votes aye.
Senator Utke votes yes.
Utke votes aye.
Senator Weber votes yes.
Weber votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes yes.
Nelson votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes yes.
Matthews votes aye.
Senator Miller votes yes.
Miller votes aye.
Senator Dornick votes yes.
Dornick votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes yes.
Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes yes.
Pratt votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Moving to the 13th order of business, announcements of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session. Rest from 10 to 10:25 a.m. and from 12:25 to 12:35 p.m. Goggin from 1:15 to the end. Senator, any other announcements?
Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I rise under announcements of the Senate, Mr. President, to correct the record from Monday. A senator from Dakota got up on the floor and stated something that I did not state. So I want to correct the record here. Senator Klein indicated I had said hundreds of thousands of dead voters. Members, I had said hundreds and thousands, not hundreds of thousands. And we were talking about improper ballots, and I just want to set the record straight so the senator from Dakota's words don't continue on. Star Tribune has issued a corrective column following those words that were said by the senator, and I just want to bring this to the Senate's attention, and I think it's unbecoming of the Senate to misquote other members, and hope that conduct doesn't continue.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Gazelka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do have a couple of updates that I want to do before we adjourn. We've had, first of all, related to budget negotiations. I can't share a lot, but I can say that there have been offers traded back and forth. And the first offer I made public, and so I just want to say on that you know, we had no tax increase was one of the things that we required, but I think another one that was important was emergency powers. We said that the mask mandates need to go. Restrictions on schools, businesses, place of public accommodations, and youth sports need to be lifted, and the eviction moratorium needs to go. And part of that is because we passed a bill that provided an off-ramp for eviction moratoriums. So the governor announced today his dial numbers, and it is true that I had a number of conversations with the governor, but frankly not one thing that I recommended was adopted. I will tell you that I had conversations, and I know the governor had conversations with some health community leaders that offered a compromise that I think could have fit one of our requirements here, and that was that anybody that's had a vaccination does not need to wear a mask right now. That came from the health community because they see the numbers and realize that if you've been vaccinated, the chances of anything serious or death is virtually nothing. And so it was an opportunity to find a compromise that unfortunately the governor missed. And so as we're moving forward, that was one of the things we talked about. And then the second thing that we talked about was that we have to find a way to use federal stimulus money with our budget to meet some of these budget targets. And the Senate passed a bill that didn't have them, and the numbers we have we can live with, but we still have to find a way. And so if there's not offers using federal stimulus money, that's the $2.6 billion of extra money that we could use in many of our budget categories. It will be more difficult to get done. And so I just want to know that I'm fighting for the Senate. I believe the House has some interest potentially in that as well. And so stay tuned on that as we try to move through these next days to get targets that work. And so I wanted to mention that. And then one announcement for the Senate. I think this is very important for next week. You may or may not be aware that Michigan, Florida, Texas, Oklahoma, North Dakota, many states are starting to lift a lot of their mandates, including mask mandates, and yet some of those are still seeing their trends continue to go down related to COVID. And that's a big part of that is because we're hitting the summer. Just like last summer, all of the risk goes down in the summer in states like Minnesota. And in fact, this is an interesting fact, states without mask mandates tend to have a lower 7-day case per 100,000, according to the U.S. Center of CDC, Disease Control. Let me repeat that. States without mask mandates tend to have a lower 7-day cases per 100,000. Lower. That doesn't mean they're saying everybody not wear a mask. It's saying we're not going to mandate them and let people follow the direction they need to go. If you're getting vaccinated, you've been vaccinated, you should not worry. So compliance to masking has dropped in Minnesota. In my area, it's dropped significantly, and I know why. Many people are getting vaccinated. Those that wanted are getting vaccinated, and they're breathing a sigh of relief. And frankly, right now, you can go in and get a vaccine. You don't have to wait in long lines anymore. You don't have to schedule way out. There's enough supply there because we see that people are getting vaccinated and that it's going to be a smaller and smaller number that want to get vaccinated. So with all of that in mind, and with the fact that if you've been vaccinated, the chances of death or serious illness from COVID after being vaccinated is virtually zero. With all of that in mind, I want to make an announcement for where we're going to be next week in the Senate. We are going to lead, and we are going to allow everybody to be back on the Senate floor in your normal seat if you want to. So we're not going to require it, but if you want to, you may, and masks will be optional because I'm convinced that virtually everybody in here that wants to be vaccinated has been vaccinated. And if for some reason you feel uncomfortable, we will continue to provide the other ways to vote and participate, either in rooms outside of the chamber or remotely, we will still honor that. But I want to encourage people, if you've been vaccinated, you have nothing to worry about. And if you've chosen not to be vaccinated, that's your choice. And so we're going to get back to normal. I cannot wait for all of the different events that we're going to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate Mother's Day with a lot of family members. I can't wait for Memorial Day. I really wish the governor had opened up sooner for proms and things like that, where they'd open it up fully. I think that robs some of our youth of some of the things they want. But regardless, we are moving in the right direction. And if the governor will work with us on some of the mandates that I've highlighted here, we'll get done. We'll find a way to finish. And if we can use federal stimulus money, that will make it a lot easier for all of us. So, yep.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Majority Leader Gazelka, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to make a short announcement before you adjourn for today. Thank you. I just wanted to, Mr. President, I just wanted to publicly thank Walgreens and the City of St. Paul for partnering with me for a pop-up vaccination clinic, which will be this Saturday from 9 to 5 at the Frogtown Community Center, 230 Como. And although registrations are being taken, it's also available for walk-in. So as Senator Gazelka said, that how important it is for us all to get vaccinated. So I hope that the community in St. Paul, especially around the Frogtown area, will take advantage of this pop-up clinic free. It'll be the Moderna vaccine, and we'll also have the Pfizer available for 16 and 17-year-olds. And I'm very excited to hear that maybe even starting next week, the Pfizer vaccine will be available for younger children, which I think will really help with summer athletics. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gazelka.
Well, members, we'll see you next week. Many of you on the floor here today, or Monday. But, Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Monday, May 10th at 12 noon.
On that motion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The Senate is adjourned until Monday, May 10th at 10 a.m. Noon. I'm sorry, at noon.